Chapter 1: The Perfect Soldier. An ANBU knelt before the Hokage awaiting his orders. Outside, the Hokage's face was a perfect mask. One he had built from years of experience that betrayed no trace of emotion or thoughts. Inside, he mentally sighed as he stared at the perfect soldier kneeling before him. "Thank you, Kitsune. Make sure to take at least a week of rest before returning for active duty." After a moment of silence, the Hokage followed up with, "And no, that was not a recommendation. It was an order." "If you insist, Hokage-sama," Kitsune obediently replied. The Hokage had to resist the urge to shake his head at the near-mindless response. While he was an impeccable soldier, Kitsune was not what one would call a social person. For years, the old man had tried to coerce him into fraternizing with others his age, but he would be shot down. It saddened him to see someone, whom he'd practically raised from a young boy, become so alone. It still astounded him how vicious the boy had turned out. Even amongst other ANBU who were considered the deadliest in the village, it was uncommon to take A rank after A rank missions, only pausing to take an occasional S rank. It truly was a shame Itachi had left so early. What they could have accomplished together would have been staggering. It felt like only yesterday when Hiruzen had stumbled upon the boy breaking into the Sarutobi complex. The ANBU would never have even noticed him if the Hokage hadn't headed down to the storage room for a late-night snack. As he creaked open the door, the boy simply froze and did nothing but stare back at the surprised old man. The boy's face had been covered in dirt, and his clothes had been caked in dried mud. He was just a clanless orphan with nothing but the clothes on his body and thin scroll on his back. It was so silent that the old man could hear the boy's heart throbbing in his chest in fear. He had offered him a kind smile to put him at ease, before walking towards him. The moment he moved, the boy dropped everything and turned to bolt from the scene. He barely made it 3 steps before he was stopped by the ANBU that followed the Sandaime at all times. The blonde-haired boy struggled to free his arms, and his thrashing only grew worse as the old man drew closer. The Hokage had knelt before him and offered him a smile, before waving off the guards. The boy rubbed his wrist as he desperately tried to stare anywhere but into the old man's eyes. He was surprised when the man ruffled his hair and offered him the burlap sack of food he had dropped in his haste to escape. The boy could only stare dumbstruck with awe when the Hokage offered him a place to sleep. Ever since that night, the boy had clung to him at the hip as much as the ANBU would allow. He had immediately made a request to enlist as a shinobi, and the rest was history. All but adopted by the head of ANBU at the time, he spent every waking moment of his time studying, training, and pushing his body to the limit in order to serve the man who had shown such kindness. He was precise, vicious, and had a mind as sharp as his blade. Yes, ANBU had crafted their perfect little monster, yet it saddened the old man to see such a level of commitment that prevented the boy from having his own life. "That will be all, Kitsune. You are dismissed," the Hokage sighed. Kitsune nodded and headed for the door. As he reached for the handle, the door slammed open and erased a blur of yellow and orange. "Hey Jiji!" A smile crept across the old man's face as his other young charge sped towards him like a bolt of lightning. Equally as quick, Kitsune snatched up the young boy and held him by the collar of his shirt. "No fair, Foxbaka. Let me go!" the young boy cried out as he squirmed for release from the older boy's grasp. Their interactions never ceased to amuse the old man. No one else had the gall to insult Kitsune right to his face. "Naruto, please be more respectful to Kitsune. You know he is just doing his job. Besides, you wouldn't want to irritate him on accident." The lump of blonde hair crossed his arms and pouted. "Like I care. He's not that great. If it wasn't for the fact that he's taller than me, I'd kick his ass." The masked boy made no response, but the old man could tell from his body language that he was smirking underneath his mask. Naruto seemed to be only one that could elicit that kind of response from him. "I'm sure," the old man responded with a smirk. "Now Naruto, what are you doing here? If I'm not mistaken, classes have not been let out yet, and I'm sure Irika would be disappointed to find out that you have been skipping again." The 8-year-old boy blushed and at least looked a little ashamed before replying. "He's sick today and some other guy is teaching. He made me sit in the hall and wouldn't let me back in. I didn't do anything, Gigi." This time, I promise. A frown found its way across the Sandame's face as, once again, another teacher at the academy acted out against the young boy. It had become a reoccurring theme over the past few months, no matter how much he threatened the staff of the academy. He couldn't just send ANBU agents to watch the class to keep them in line. Misuse of resources for personal reasons aside, it would be difficult to explain to clan heads why there were suddenly ANBU agents stationed around the classroom filled with so many of their future heirs, when the teachers were supposed to be vetted for their protection already. It was starting to affect the boy's grades, and he knew it would only get worse. He inwardly shook his head at the fools that acted against the boy. If he were any other student, they would have been overjoyed to have such a studious child. One day, the young boy had wandered into his office out of boredom. The Hokage had been out in a meeting, but the blonde had found another way to entertain himself. When his meeting was finished, he surprised to walk in and find the boy entrenched in one of the Fuinjutsu books he kept in his bookshelf. To say that he and his guards were on edge would be an understatement. It went without saying that watching a Jinchuriki meddle with Fuinjutsu was beyond stressful. When asked why he chose that particular book, the boy had gazed up at him and simply replied it was because the swirl symbol on cover was the same as the one on all of his shirts. With that simple explanation, he and the guards stationed around the room had let out a sigh of relief. Sarutobi knew Naruto was not the kind of person to enjoy sitting still or reading, so to see the boy so calm and focused, on a book of all things, was nothing short of astonishing. After a short debate in his head, he had gladly lent the boy the book, and a week later the boy returned asking for the next volume. This continued on, and now the boy was starting to exhaust the beginner Fuinjutsu books that he kept in his office. The Sandame stopped his trip down memory lane and turned his attention back to the young boy in front of him. I'm sorry to hear that, Naruto. Do you want Kitsune to go with you to talk with the teacher into letting you back in? The boy shook his head vigorously. Nah, he's just a boring old coot anyway. I'd rather you teach me some awesome jutsu instead. Come on, Gigi, please. The old man chuckled as he replied, I'm sorry, Naruto, but I'm busy as it is. Motioning to the mountain of paper that littered his desk and the ground around him. Maybe in a week or two we can schedule a day for just the two of us. Or, at the very least, free up some time for some ramen? The young boy's eyes lit up in excitement, and his sound of approval echoed off the walls of the room. Kitsune, please escort Naruto back to the academy and, while you're there, ensure that the teacher is aware of my displeasure of the situation. Over Naruto's sounds of disappointment, Kitsune nodded, understanding the message. And before you go back, maybe just show a little something to Naruto to appease his curiosity. Naruto perked up again. Do you mean it? Only if you promise to behave yourself until Iruka returns from his leave, replied the Sandame with a serious expression. You got it, Gigi, and I never break a promise. He chuckled at the verbal tick as he waved Kitsune, who was still holding the boy by his collar, out of his office. He continued to hear the boy's muffled screams for release as they made their way down the hall. He sighed and leaned back into his chair. Naruto was always a breath of fresh air, and it was good for Kitsune to show at least some emotion. Naruto was someone who refused to be ignored and demanded attention. When Naruto had first met Kitsune, he refused to stop bugging the teenager about how his mask's whisker marks were similar to his own. After a nasty run-in with some drunk villagers, Kitsune had intervened on Naruto's behalf, and they had taken to each other immediately afterwards. As similar as the two were, Hiruzen reflected upon how they would follow different paths. Kitsune was a perfect example of what Naruto would have turned into had Danzo gotten his hands on him. A perfect, lethal, empty shell of a person with nothing but loyalty to the village. Naruto was too bright and cheerful for that. Hiruzen was content his decision to keep the boy from starting his career too early. He already had the guilt of one child soldier on his conscience, and he didn't want to add another. He made one final gaze at the fourth picture hanging on his wall of a mop of golden hair, before resigning himself back to the paper stacked in front of him. Chapter 2, A Chance Discovery. Naruto was so happy he could almost skip as he made his way through Konoha. He would never actually skip, no never, for that wasn't very shinobi-like. No sir, but he was so excited he couldn't help but at least giggle. He had finally done it. He had made his way through Gigi's library of beginner Fuinjutsu books, and now he held a new, blue book under his arm. He could finally start moving on to the advanced stuff. His mood slightly soured, and he made a tiny pout. Well, not really the advanced stuff. Gigi had said he still had to move on to the medium-level books. But hey, that was still an improvement. His determination back in his eyes, he vowed to be the best ninja in the village at Fuinjutsu, just like the yandere was before him. Though he would never admit it, Naruto was very self-conscious when it came to his own talent. Sure, he liked to talk big and would fight tooth and nail to back it up, but whenever he had to compare himself to the likes of Sasuke or even Kitsune, he would feel disappointed in his own ability. Not for a lack of trying. He would spend hours trying to mimic what Nei-chan and Kitsune-san would teach him, but he still felt as though he was coming up short. The fact that he had advanced to his current level of Fuinjutsu all by himself made him beam and swell with pride. He had become entranced the second he'd laid his eyes on that book in Gigi's office. He still didn't know what it was, but something about seals just clicked with him. It was exhilarating to finally find something he was good at, but when he learned in class that his hero, the yandere, was also a seal master, it was just even better. Naruto couldn't help but snicker at the memory of the teacher's face when Kitsune had arrived with him back at the academy a few weeks ago. He had never seen anyone's face turn that pale before. He had forgotten what kind of effect Kitsune's presence tended to have on other people. He always forgot how big a deal he was due to the way he treated him. Kitsune would always take the time to listen to him, and he'd always rub his hair when he left. At first it bugged him like it would with any other kid, but he eventually grew fond of the sign of affection and looked forward to it, although he would never admit it. So there he was, not skipping, clutching his first, grade 2 Fuinjutsu book under his arm, all the while ignoring the angry stares and whispers that would erupt as he passed by. It was the weekend and Irika had decided to cut the class some slack by not giving them any homework. Now, with all this free time, he made his way towards his second favorite spot in the village. It was too hot today to sit on the rocky head of the Hokage monument. Instead, he headed out towards the training grounds Kitsune had shown him once or twice. As he entered Training Ground 7, he headed off towards the opposite edge of the clearing sheltered under the shade of the looming trees. He kept strolling until he finally found a place that satisfied him and popped a squat. Easing back against the roots, he excitedly tore open his new book. His excitement quickly bettered out when he saw nothing but a blank page. His eyebrows burrowed in confusion, and his heart started to sink as he skimmed through the rest of the book to find that all of the pages were blank. What was going on? Gigi wouldn't just give him an empty book. He bet it was that new receptionist. She must have done something to switch the covers, but she had seemed so nice to him before. He turned back to the beginning and found a letter taped to the inside cover. Naruto peeled it off as easily as he could without damaging the book and proceeded to rip open the letter. He skimmed through the message before groaning and slumping back against the tree. Dear Naruto, I want to congratulate you for finally completing the beginner class series. I am very proud of you and glad to see you're taking a more serious approach to your education. I apologize for not being able to give you your next volume in person. I am needed in a meeting with the fire demo in the capital for the next week. So Kitsune and I will be unable to congratulate you on your accomplishment in person. Kitsune is also proud of you in his own way. I took his grunt when I mentioned your accomplishment as a sign of approval. By now you are probably wondering why your current book is blank. Consider it a test. I don't claim to be an expert seal master, but I'd like to think that I know my way around the trade. I do know that all seal masters go through a series of tests upon completing each level, and since Konoha is rather lacking in that department, I thought I'd give you a mock test, until a true expert can come to test your abilities. Your challenge is simply to unlock your new book. All you have to do is remove the seal from the first page. Think of it as a culmination of everything you have learned so far. Before you get any ideas in that empty head of yours, don't think about simply tearing the page with the test on it. All that will do is activate a security seal and spit out an enormous amount of ink, drenching both you and the book's pages. I know you can crack this if you put your head to it. Good luck, and I will see you soon. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto was filled with a strange combination of annoyance and anticipation. While he was ticked that the old man tricked him, he was also humbled that the old man thought enough of him that he could pass this test. However, a grim realization settled over him as he realized he hadn't brought his sealing kit with him. Kyuso. he muttered as he slumped against the tree. He had only been planning to flip through the book and get a hold of the new concepts before starting to take any notes. He hadn't thought to bring his equipment with him. The seal Gigi had placed was only slightly challenging. For his classmates, they would have mistaken the mass of ink blots and symbols as unreadable jargon, but to him it was as clear as day. The big seal on the page was split into 3 parts. The outside of the sphere was a double detection seal that activated whenever the book was opened. This meant that every time he opened the cover, the seal would recognize it and activate the other seals below it. The second part was a quadruple seal split up into 4 parts. One to detect any tear in the page, another acting as a storage seal, most likely filled with ink, yet another that would propel whatever was in the storage seal outwards, and a final part that prevented working on the lower-level anti-theft seal until the others were taken care of. The final level was the anti-theft seal, which hid all of the ink from the pages of the book. It also had a timed alarm that would activate the moment someone started working on breaking down the seals. All in all, not too challenging for him, but not exactly a walk in the park. This would take time, concentration, and all of his equipment, which he had left at home. Not resigned to lose his day in the training grounds, he tucked the book under his arm and neatly folded the letter into his pocket, before setting off into the woods. Naruto loved to explore, although the ANBU would never let him when he was little. He understood why they wouldn't let him go. You can't just let a toddler wander off by himself, but his stubborn attitude never let him give up that desire to just see what's out there. The first time he had come here, he had been so excited to discover the multitude of used kunai and shuriken that littered the training ground. When he ventured deeper into the forest, he would only discover more and more kunai lodged into the branches of trees, and burn marks left over from fire techniques cast long ago. Naruto had already scavenged most of the stuff left around. He didn't particularly like using partially damaged tools, but it wasn't exactly a choice. With the prices that the shop owners were charging him, it was better to resort to the supplies he would find in the training grounds. Today, Naruto found himself traveling further and further into the woods than he usually went, hoping to find some kunai or shuriken that he may have missed before. After about 45 minutes of walking with no results, he was ready to turn back and head home to unlock his new book. As he turned to leave, a glint of sunlight caught his eye. Up in a tree off to his right, he could make out the metallic gleam of a kunai's handle. Naruto smiled to himself as he set his book down and began clambering up the thick trunk. He slowly inched himself up the bark, until he could finally stand on the wide branch and get a good look at it. The blade was buried hilt-deep inside the bark. Naruto took hold of the handle, which was bigger in comparison to the other kunai he had used, and pulled with all of his might. After 3 of 4 tugs, he finally managed to yank out the blade only to discover something different. The hell is this? The blade wasn't shaped like normal kunai. It seemed to have 3 prongs that shot out from the handle. Speaking of which, he had never held a kunai with such a bulky handle. Ah man, the thing must be broken. He pouted to himself and got ready to chuck it away, when he caught sight of something on the handle. Naruto was no expert, but he certainly recognized an advanced formula when he saw one. He ran his hand along the handle, rubbing over the complex formula he had never seen before. His eyes darted over the kanji, and he couldn't make heads or tails of it. With his limited knowledge, he could only pick up bits and pieces it. This was more advanced than anything he had seen in his books. It was something unknown, and that sent an exhilarating chill down his spine. Now this was what he considered a challenge. While Gigi's seal was complicated for an average beginner, he would have it solved within 15 minutes, maybe 10 if he was really pushed. That would be a breeze considering the security seal was timed to collapse in after an hour. This was something new, and it could possibly take him years to figure out. Never one to back down from a challenge, he tossed the kunai in the air, liking the way it felt compared to others, before making up his mind. A big grin found its way across his face as he slowly made his way back down the tree. He picked up his book and started to make his way back to the village, his eyes never leaving the mysterious formula on the weird kunai. Chapter 3: First Steps. 2 years later. The blonde 10-year-old sat in the middle of the clearing, moving with as much precision he could muster. Slowly and painfully, he weaved and flicked his brush across the parchment, leaving smooth, clean strokes in its wake. He brought his arm down for the final stroke and slowly began to draw the final kanji, all the while pumping as steady a stream of chakra as he could manage. Finally, he finished and gazed upon his work, letting out a sigh of relief. A smile erupted on his face. He opened his mouth to shout, "Yatta!" only for the seal to explode in his face, sending him skidding back several yards. "Ow!" was all the boy could groan as he tried to sit up. The entire front of his body stung and his goggles were clouded with soot. He tried to clean them with the back of his hands, as he mentally reprimanded himself. He had left the tip of his brush on the page. When he had grown excited, a surge of chakra had ran through his body and, by extension, through the brush and into the seal, setting it off. He muttered a curse as he dragged his aching body out of the clearing towards the cool shade of the tree line. He leaned back against the tree and winced as he inspected the damage. His hands were bright red, and several blisters were already forming. Could have been worse. He cringed as he remembered the first time he had attempted to make an exploding tag. Of course, he had set it way higher than he should have for a first attempt. The front of his shirt had been burned away, and the flesh on his hands and chest had been completely seared off. That had been a very unpleasant day at the hospital due to his aching body and the scolding he received from the Hokage. Kitsune had dropped by and gave him his signature silent scolding, which was even worse. His aura and stare had made him feel even guiltier than when Irika had come by. Seeing now as good a time as any, he decided to call a break, at least until his hands stopped feeling like he had grasped a piece of hot metal. He closed his eyes and relished the feeling of the wind racing across his face. He sure was growing more and more busy lately. He barely had any time to appreciate the tiny moments like this. There was just so much he had to do. He had to keep up his pace with his Fuinjutsu studies. By now, he was about halfway through the medium class books. He also had to keep on top of the lessons that Kitsune and Neichan had taught him. Then, he had his own secret projects which took up most of his time and were extremely difficult. He had one project set aside to help Neichan with her own special problem, and another working out the secret of his mystery kunai that he had found in the woods. He absent-mindedly took said kunai out of his pocket and gazed at the handle for what seemed like the millionth time. He had made a lot of progress deciphering it. Well, a lot of progress for a beginner anyways. He had known the thing was complicated when he had first found it, but now that he was halfway through the middle class, he was starting to truly grasp the complexity of the seal formula. When he had first started, it was all just a complicated mess that made his head spin. So, he did what Kitsune had taught him to do when faced with a problem. Break it down and solve it by parts. After using a copy seal and expanding the formula onto a larger sheet, he was dumbfounded by the complexity of it. He had barely made his way through 1/4 of the seal and it still barely made any sense. All he had been able to decipher so far was that it had something to do with an equal exchange of matter and energy. He would have mistaken it for a storage seal if it weren't for the lack of the clear indicators found in all storage seals no matter what their size. That plus how dense and complicated the formula was lead him to believe that it had to be something more. However, his grades had started to take a serious dip due to his free time being spent on his own progress. His bunshin was still a mess and no matter what he did, he just couldn't get it. However, this only made him more determined to show off all that he could do with his Fuinjutsu during the exam so that they would overlook his poor bunshin. Not getting anywhere unraveling the mystery of the weird kunai, he sighed and tucked it back in his bag before opening his latest book and waiting for his hands to heal. Near the back west corner of the Hyuga clan's compound was the clan's library. It was a building that towered over the rest of the complex, with multiple levels above and below ground. The first level contained a brightly lit reading area with basic information and resources for anyone in the clan to access. The floor below it was designated specifically for the branch members. While branch members and main family could both access this level, the one directly below it was strictly reserved for the main house families. Below that level was an even smaller level reserved only for main family members who were directly related to the head of the clan. In the back corner of the first floor sat a young, lavender-eyed girl. She was snuggled into a cushion of pillows, poring over yet another story regaling the triumph of the main house over another clan during the times before the hidden villages. Hinata loved reading. When she was younger, her mother would read to her for hours on end. Her soothing voice would always put her at ease and lull her to sleep. She loved this spot due to its quiet atmosphere and distance away from most of the compound. Whenever she got upset or disappointed in herself, she would retreat within the walls of the library and speed through book after book to ignore the pain. While most of the library's contents involved Juken techniques and clan history, there were also poems and stories crafted by members of the clan. She loved the poetry from the branch house section especially. They were filled with such passion and emotion that was rare to see up front within the clan's walls. They also made her sad, as they were yet another reminder of the harsh divide the cage bird seal was causing the family. Closing another embellished story of a Hyuga victory, the 10-year-old girl made her way back down to the second level to return it to its spot. Today the library was mostly empty. It was growing later into the evening, and people had mostly trickled out. She enjoyed staying for as long as the librarian would allow her, before she would be forced to return to the house. She ran her hand along the wooden bookshelves as she walked down the aisle where she had picked up her book. Finding its spot, she happily sat it back in place and turned to leave. As she started heading towards the stairs, she felt a cold chill flow down her spine. She whipped around, scanning the room for anyone else. She started to tremble as no one was in sight. She could have sworn she had heard a whisper, and it had been uncomfortably close to her. Hands shaking, she forced herself to make a seal and activate her Byakugan. The world melted away into black and white as she peered through the bookshelves. Sure enough, the entire floor was empty. The only person lingering in the building was still the librarian sitting at her desk, stamping at paperwork. Her head was telling her to rush up the stairs, but her feet were planted firmly in place. She felt a slight tug in her gut, and she slowly started walking deeper into the room. She kept going deeper and deeper, until she found herself standing at the gated entrance to the third sublevel, which was reserved only for the direct family of the clan head. Her whole body was shaking and wanted to flee, but she steeled herself and thought of an adventurous, young blonde before steeling her resolve. As she passed through the gate, her hand passed over the seal designated to detect and activate the cagebird seal, and her hand unconsciously went to her forehead. She grabbed a candle from the wall and lit it with a low-level fire jutsu. Nothing special, just something taught at the academy to help light fires on missions. She descended down the stairway and creaked open the wooden door to the bottom floor. This was honestly the first time she had ever ventured down here, and she was surprised by how small it was compared to the rest of the building. Even though she had access to it, she had never felt like coming down here. The atmosphere it excluded just reminded her too much of the council. There were fewer scrolls on this floor, but they were still neatly organized and piled on what few shelves there were. The room was full of secret and restricted Juken techniques known only to the clan heads and unedited versions of the clan's history. As she ventured through the shelves, she caught sight of a rather large scroll sitting a pedestal. Unlike many of the other scrolls down here, this one was absent of cobwebs and dust. There were very few people with the access to this floor, and none of them would have come here with cleaning on their mind. That would be below their station. To see one in such clean condition shocked her. She ran her fingertip along the kanji for tiger as she felt the same chill from before. She whipped her head around and happened to glimpse the faintest glow disappear behind a wooden door at the end of the room. She tentatively tiptoed inch by inch up to the door. She reached out with her shaking fingers and touched the door handle. Hinata! Her back slammed against the door, and her Byakugan flared to life, darting all across the room. Nothing. Still nothing. Her heart was beating in overtime and every instinct was telling her to run, but she slowly suppressed that feeling and deactivated her eyes. She was going to keep going. She just had this strange obligation to continue. Taking a deep breath, she creaked open the door and peeked inside. Even when she poked her candle through the doorway, she could barely see anything. She creeped down the stone hallway before entering a small round room. It was pitch black and the air felt cold and damp. She glanced up towards the ceiling and was surprised she couldn't see it. Lifting her candle as high as she could, it barely illuminated the walls of the room. She lowered the candle with care and skipped a little to the side as hot wax dripped down its side. As she titled the candle to drip off the rest of the melted wax, she made her way towards the walls. When it finally came into view, she was surprised to discover a white rock with strange engravings. She ran her hand through one of the grooves and started walking to her right. She followed the circular path of the walls, and was surprised to discover that the strange stone encompassed the entire room, aside from the doorway. It rose up about 2 feet above her head, and she faintly made out faded outlines of something on the walls. As she glanced back at the ground, she noticed a spot in the center where the sand had been disturbed. It looked as if someone or many people had stood in that exact spot. She hesitantly walked towards the center and faced the wall opposite of the hallway. Slowly, she raised her hand due to some unknown urge and activated her Byakugan. In an instant, the entire room was visible and it overwhelmed her. The rock wall seemed to light up and the previously illegible markings bombarded her with information, most of which she didn't understand. The walls above the rocks depicted ancient murals and paintings of people resembling the Hyuga praying and guarding over a large white circle in the sky. Her mind was swirling with phrases and images, most of which she couldn't comprehend. Even in her stupor, she was able to catch 1 or 2 phrases from the wall, such as the will of the moon people and their duty to guard. Hinata was confused and fascinated at the same time. This was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was beautiful. It was exhilarating. It was terrifying. She froze when she finally noticed that she was no longer the only one in the room. She slowly turned around to see a white, blurred figure standing in the exit of the hallway. She breath caught in her throat and she began backing away from the figure. With every step she took away from it, it grew closer. She felt her back press against the stone wall, and she curled up into a ball. The blurry, horned figure made incomprehensible sounds as it moved towards her. She closed her eyes and covered her ears as she only picked up bits and pieces. Tears stung her face as she shook in fear. "Help! Please! Please leave me alone! Hinata!" Her eyes shot open, and her father stormed into the room straight through the figure, dispelling it. He crouched down in front of her and she flung herself onto him. He winced at how tight she was gripping his neck as he placed her arms around her back. She was vigorously shaking and muttering something about a ghost. Hayashi had been beyond shocked. Earlier, he had been meaning to talk to Hinata regarding her training, when he discovered no one in the compound knew where she was. Usually this just meant she was holed up in the library, but when he arrived, he couldn't find her anywhere. As others helped him search, he had activated his Byakugan to discover a major swell of chakra emanating from the main family's secret room. The amount of chakra radiating from the room was almost blinding. He forced himself through it and managed to see the outline of his daughter standing in the middle of the room. He raced through the levels of the library and tore across the final floor to see his daughter curled on the floor crying out for help. He himself had stood in this room attempting to decipher the Hyuga ring to no avail, as had every clan head before him. In all of his research and personal experience, he had never seen or heard of anything like this happening before. Away from the eyes of the elders and the rest of the clan, Hayashi took a rare moment and let his emotions show, as he held his daughter in his arms and tried to calm her. He ran his hand down her hair and back in an attempt to calm her down. It had been years since he had carried her like this. He stood up from the ground and slowly started taking her back out of the chamber. It would be weeks before Hinata would find the courage return to the library. A whole year before she was finally willing to go back down to that level by herself. As her father carried her away, Hinata squeezed his arm and buried her face in his shoulder. It would not be until the next morning that she would discover the small scroll clenched in her hand. The few words she had comprehended from the figure echoed in her mind. "This is just a beginning. Steel yourself. Your first steps must be taken at your own pace." Chapter 4: Brooding Musing. Now, can anyone tell me the name of the Earth Country unit credited for the most damage along the border of Grass and Fire Country during the Third Shinobi War? Irika's eyes wandered the classroom as Sakura's hand shot into the air. "Yes, Sakura? The Crimson Colony," she replied. "Correct. Now, who can tell me why this particular group had this name?" This time both Sakura and Shino's hands were in the air. Irika nodded to Shino, who replied in his monotone voice. This title was due to their control of Solenopsis mandibularis, or fire ants, through a summoning contract. "Very good, Shino. Yes, the Crimson Colony was a very feared group within the IWA military due to their very useful summons. They could summon ants ranging in size from the tiny variety we have at home to ants the size of small dogs and horses. Many of the students shivered at the prospect. The Crimson Colony used their summons to help move troops underground through a massive system of tunnels. They could traverse the battlefield bringing reinforcements behind enemy lines or alter the terrain by causing potholes below enemy encampments. In close combat, they were especially dangerous due to their bite, which released formic acid into their prey. The larger the ant, the deadlier concentration of acid. However, these are not the reasons why they are credited for severe damage in grass country. Does anyone else know why? Unsurprisingly, Shino's hand was in the air again. When it came to anything involving insects, he and his family were bound to be interested. One particular species among them could raise their core temperature to 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, causing them to glow white. They would march across grass country burning acres of tall grass, making it difficult for enemy forces to hide their movements and for the occupants of the country to aid either side. Very good, Shino. Now, I assume you can tell me the drawbacks of this as well. Shino pushed up his glasses and he said, many insects such as Solenopsis mandibularis take in oxygen through their spiracles on the sides of their bodies. Their ability to raise their core temperature was primarily used to ward off intruders and attackers from their nests. Earth country's tactic backfired as the smoke generated from the fires clogged up their trachea, leaving them deprived of oxygen. So to complete a massive scale attack, the ants would have to be sacrificed in the process. Shino finished his speech with a frown. He did not like the waste of insect life on such a large scale. Irika nodded as a hand shot up in the air from the back of the class. Irika-sensei, if they couldn't be killed by fire and could just dig their way out of Doton Jutsus, how did we beat them? Very good question, Shira. Well, as I'm sure Shino will tell you, the heart of all insect colonies lies with their queen. The details of the mission have been kept secret, but the Crimson Colony's downfall came due to the loss of their queen summon. Without her, new generations of the insects could not be born, and the surviving male soldier ants stopped responding and died. Now, how did this affect the tide of the war? As Irika went on with his lesson about Earth Country's tactics, 11-year-old Sasuke Uchiha leaned against the window, lazily eyeing a hawk circling outside. He was bored and thankful that this would be his final year at the academy before he could graduate. He had already read over the course material and made plenty of outlines regarding the history class. Truthfully, he found the class incredibly dull. He didn't like to be kept up inside. He wanted to be out learning practical knowledge that would him survive in the world of shinobi. But he could only get so far teaching himself from the taijutsu and ninjutsu scrolls he found in the Uchiha district, and needed someone to help him one-on-one. He knew better than to attempt to move on to the more advanced set of scrolls without help. Especially after the incident when he tried a high-class fire jutsu that exploded in his face, leaving him with burns and a nasty case of chakra exhaustion. He was lucky that a jounin had been returning from training and heard the explosion. A scolding from the Hokage and doctor had taught him a valuable lesson to not try anything too far over his head without some supervision. Still, he had to be stronger. So, he made sure to take his time mastering the basics before moving on to the advanced steps. He could only hope that his sensei was capable enough to help him fulfill his goals. Speaking of which, he turned his attention back to the class as he thought about which of them he would be stuck with as his teammates. Out of all of his classmates, he probably respected the Aburame the most. The two of them weren't friends by any stretch of the imagination, but he was impressed by the boy's calculative mind and skills. Sure, he was quiet and reserved, but then again so was he. It was wishful thinking to think that he would be able to get away with not having a kunoichi placed on his team. He was sick of all of them. He was sick of every last one of them, always swooning and ogling him everywhere he went. It was annoying. Well, not all of them were like that. He glanced over his shoulder towards the back corner of the room, where a white-eyed girl diligently paid attention to Irika's every word. No, the Hyuga was not like the rest. He could at least tolerate her. As one would assume from someone of her clan, her taijutsu skills were unmatched by the other girls of class. The only reason he felt that she wasn't the top kunoichi was because of her grades. While there was no denying she was intelligent, Sakura was ahead of her in that department. On top of that, the grade for taijutsu was only based on the academy style and did not take other factors into consideration. The only thing that bugged him about her was her shyness. He didn't know what kind of situation she faced at home, but whatever it was, it had obviously molded her into the withdrawn person she was. The only times he ever saw her come out of her shell was whenever. Naruto, pay attention, Iruka shouted as he threw his chalk, pegging Naruto in the forehead. Ow, Iruka-sensei, he drawled in a whine. I didn't do anything. That's the problem, Iruka replied as he climbed up the step to his row. What is this? He asked, picking up Naruto's notes. On the piece of paper was a badly drawn doodle of what appeared to be Naruto with kunai in hand as he flew towards a group of large, cartoon ants on fire. Sasuke could only roll his eyes as Iruka started going off on a tangent about making good notes. As he turned his attention away from the bickering duo, he spotted Hinata off in the corner barely controlling her giggling over the antics of the blonde. Yes, he was the only one she lit up for. It was odd for him to see the only girl in his class that wasn't head over heels for him seemingly pay attention to the class's dead last. Well, he couldn't call him that anymore, although he would never stop calling him that just to get on the blonde boy's nerves. Sasuke had to admit that Naruto no longer held that position. That title was purely due to his abysmal grades and mistreatment from the teachers. Sasuke wasn't blind. He had seen throughout the years as the teachers and the villagers had shunned and ostracized the boy. They were fools. Sasuke knew firsthand that Naruto wasn't as stupid as other people believed him to be. At first he couldn't believe his eyes, but it would come to pass that Naruto could be found every day at lunch reading a book. Since none of the other kids would let him sit with them, he had taken to sitting by himself off under the tree in the corner of the courtyard. One day, Sasuke had been visiting the shinobi library when he came across the same books that the dobe always carried with him. The green color and spiral design on the cover could not be mistaken for anything else. Curiosity overcame him as he grabbed the closest volume of the set and opened it. To put it bluntly, he couldn't understand a word of it. He was surprised to say the least that the supposed dead last was studying what was considered by many to be the most complex of the shinobi arts. He wanted to shake off the whole thing as a ploy by the prankster to make himself seem smarter. But one day, he had seen firsthand what the blonde could do as he watched him seal away an old lady's bag of groceries to help lighten her load. No, Naruto may not be the brightest person, but in regards to sealing, Sasuke could tell that he was something special. After his initial surprise and small pang of jealousy, he had quickly shaken it off. Let the goofy idiot meddle with seals. They had never really interested Sasuke in the first place. What really bothered Sasuke about the blonde was neither his aptitude with seals nor his tendency to goof off. No, what truly bothered him was how much the blonde reminded him of his older brother's friend Shursui. This wasn't just because that they both could always be found smiling and had a joking personality. What truly startled him was how fast the blonde was. Now, Kiba was fast. It was one of his strong suits and essential for his feral fighting style. Naruto's speed put his to shame. He didn't know when the change started to happen, but now he actually was starting to find it challenging when he sparred with the blonde. Not because of his fighting style. Kamino. Naruto's fighting style was simply pathetic. He mostly fought like an all-out brawler. There were occasional glimpses of moves and techniques that he was unaware of, but it seemed like he was either just learning a style and trying to incorporate it or just not very adept at it yet. It was obvious when he poorly tried incorporating the academy taijutsu style into whatever the hell he was attempting, and it came together in a big sloppy mess. But the boy's sheer speed made up for his ineptitude in technique. He was even faster than he was, though he was loath to admit it. On top of that, the guy just didn't know when to stay down. Whenever he got hit, he just bounced back up like nothing hit him. The only times that Naruto even came remotely close to beating him would be because the blonde would tire him out. What kept Sasuke on top was his precision and technique that he had spent hours perfecting. Naruto just telegraphed his movements too much, making it easy to exploit his weakness. Sasuke remembered a particular session, when Naruto had finally been able to get through his guard and deliver a clean hit to his jaw, knocking him back. The blonde had been so shocked and ecstatic that Sasuke was easily able to bounce back and answer Naruto's hit with 2 jabs to the stomach and a kick to the head. The boy fell on his back trying to regain the wind that had been knocked out of him. As he reeled on the ground, Sasuke absent-mindedly rubbed his jaw. That had actually really hurt. Before the blonde could get back up and retaliate, Irika had intervened, naming Sasuke the victor. Naruto grumbled but stuck his hand out when Irika asked him to make the seal of reconciliation. Sasuke returned the gesture and smirked at him. It hadn't been one of his arrogant smirks, but rather a smirk of acknowledgement. He had actually gotten a clean hit on him for the first time, and he had done without resorting to any tricks. He had done it purely with his own ability in taijutsu. The blonde had been surprised by the hidden message and offered one of his rare, grateful smiles in return. Sasuke was never able to find out how the blonde had managed to get that fast. His pride prevented him from simply asking the boy how he had done it. Even if he knew deep down that Naruto was better than he appeared, he would rather be caught in the midst of a sea of roaring fangirls than ask the dead last for help. The thought made him shiver. He supposed he could do worse than having the blonde as a teammate. At least he was passionate about a topic uncommon in the shinobi world. It would at least be better than being paired with the Haruno or the Yamanaka. He shuddered again as he turned his attention out of the window again. He watched the bird flying overhead as he began to think about his training regiment he would begin when class was finally over. Chapter 5. Today is the day. Hayashi Hyuga sat at his desk shifting through the mountain of paperwork that was the bane of all clan leaders in Konoha. As he worked on his proposal to another clan, he found his thoughts drifting back to the puzzle that had surrounded his eldest daughter. It had been 2 years since the incident within the Hyuga clan library, and his mind was still trying to process what exactly had happened. For centuries, the main family was tasked with advancing the research and decryption of the mysterious stone ring. After numerous attempts and years of research, only a handful of lines had ever been translated. Only 2 things were known for certain about the stone: that it required the Byakugan to read its contents and the history surrounding how the stone arrived under the clan. The monument had been a treasure safeguarded within the Hyuga compound long before they migrated to Konoha. During the times of feuding clans, it was a shrine where the current leader would come under the full moon and meditate in the center. It was said to contain the secret origins of the clan, the Byakugan, and the true duty of the clan. In the clan's early years, only the current clan leader was informed of the secrets within the tablet and how to reveal them. Now, no one knew its contents. Many cited this due to a particular fire that had erupted during a surprise attack on the clan's compound. The raid from a rival clan resulted in almost half of the clan's documents being destroyed. While some scrolls could be rewritten from memory, some information was forever lost. The leader of the clan had perished during the battle, and had failed to pass on the secrets of the shrine to his heir. After this incident, it was decided that any discoveries regarding the Hyuga ring were to be shared with the entire Elder Council in fear of losing such knowledge again. So much time and effort had been poured into recovering what they had lost, only to yield poor results. Others may have given up and simply left it as an unsolved relic to be forgotten to time, but they were the Hyuga clan. They were drenched in tradition and would never back down from a challenge just because it was difficult. Their pride and sense of duty would not let them. So to say that the elders had been uncharacteristically flabbergasted at Hinata's reaction with the monument would be an understatement. It wasn't well hidden that the council thought poorly of his older daughter and favored her prodigious younger sister. For her to finally elicit any sort activity from the relic that they themselves had failed at achieving was a massive blow to their pride. Even Hayashi had felt a momentary stab of jealousy due to his own efforts, but it had been quickly overcome by a swell of pride. The incident had given him a much-needed advantage with dealing with the council. They had recently brought up the topic of who would be chosen as clan heiress and who would be sealed once again. Hayashi had tried his best to postpone the decision for as long as he could. He had been buying as much time as he could so his daughters could enjoy what little time they had without the pressure of the seal looming overhead. Now, the council was torn apart. They still favored Hanabi, but this incident created an unprecedented problem. If Hinata were branded, she would be unable to return to the floor reserved only for main branch families, ruining their greatest breakthrough in the mystery of the ring. While they could alter the seal along the door and make an exception for her, they were uncomfortable with the idea for making exceptions for the side branch. So they settled to postpone the decision for an undecided amount of time, until they could come to a consensus. In the meantime, They wanted Hayashi to make Hinata interact the ruin as much as possible. Shortly after the incident had occurred and Hinata had finally settled down, Hayashi attempted to bring Hinata back down again and recreate the event. He almost chuckled as he remembered Hinata's reaction. She had been uncharacteristically adamant and refused to go back down to the bottom floor. Even after he delivered a direct order, she still wouldn't budge. If it weren't for the importance of the subject, Hayashi might have been proud of her for standing up against him, even though it was out of fear. He eventually had to coerce her with the promise of something that had been very important to her late mother. The catch? It was on the same floor as the stone monument. Although her body was racked with fear, she held her head high as she followed behind father, lighting the way with a light fire jutsu in his palm. After all of the build-up, he had been sadly disappointed. The room remained as quiet and dark as it always had. With her Byakugan, Hinata informed him that the phrases that had been visible during the incident were still clear, and he made sure to copy the symbols and corresponding translation before he left. Hinata had almost let out a sigh of relief when nothing happened. She was anxious to leave the room that had plagued her dreams for weeks. It had taken all of her courage just to return the library at all. Before she could leave the room, her father turned his attention away from his scroll. "Hinata, although nothing has happened today, I want you to keep attempting to recreate what transpired weeks ago." Hinata had naturally pale skin, but now it was turning so white that it almost glowed in the darkness of the room. "Please, Tu-san," she pleaded. "Please don't make me come back her. I dash." "Hinata," he said sternly, "you are a kunoichi and more importantly, you are a hyuga. You will not let fear control your actions. Am I understood?" "But dash. Am I understood?" She ducked her head down, but slowly nodded her head showing she understood. "Good. You will come down here at least once a week and try to react what happened before. You are to inform me immediately if anything happens." He turned to leave the room, but paused in the doorway. Without turning around he said, "You will never overcome something you fear unless you confront it. The more you face it, the less it can control you. Never let fear control your life." After a pause of silence as Hinata stared surprised at her father's advice, he continued, "Now, I do believe a promise is a promise. Come, let us find your mother's scroll." As he left back into the other room, Hinata followed swiftly behind him, smiling for the first time all day. As they shuffled out, Hayashi reflected on the newly translated phrases Hinata had supplied. The will of the moon people. The duty to guard. These new verses caused an unfamiliar feeling to form in his chest. Although he was now entrenched in the games of politics, Hayashi was still a shinobi at heart. His intuition had saved his life more times than he could count, and now it was warning him that something was coming. He did not like being in the dark about something, especially when it came to his clan. He could tell there was more to this mystery, but damned if he could see what it was. Drawn out of his thoughts, Hayashi returned his attention from his trip down memory lane and returned to the letter he was writing. This was a problem better solved sooner rather than later, and he decided it was time to take some unprecedented action. While the elders would not agree with him, he could admit that neither he nor they were getting anywhere. It was time for some outside opinions. He signed his letter as he called for one his messengers. "Please see to it that this proposal is taken to Shikaku Nara immediately. Also, please find Hinata and tell her I would like to talk to her." "Of course, Hayashi-sama," the servant said as he bowed. As he left the room, Hayashi tried to move his thoughts away from the mess of the library and move on to something else. Today was an important day after all. Today was the day Hinata took her first step into the real world. He almost smirked, but there was a knock at his door as a light voice rang out. "You wish to see me, father?" His face immediately shifted into his trademark stern composure as he told her to enter. She entered the room, keeping her back straight and eyes forward as she bowed before him. Hayashi was paused before speaking. "Today is an important day for you and I expect only your best. Anything short of that would dishonor the clan." "Hai-tu-sama." He nodded. "You are the heir to the most powerful clan in the village. Your actions represent not only your own strength, but also the strength of the clan. We cannot tolerate showing weakness. Do not disappoint us. Understood. Good. Then you are dismissed. She nodded and bowed once again before scuffling out of the room. Once he was sure she was out of earshot, he let out a sigh. He had to keep up appearances after all, and it was too late to change his technique now. Hinata would have to flourish on her own or drown. He stared at one of the few pictures that adorned his desk. One was of himself and his wife along with his 2 daughters. It had been taken shortly after Hanabi was born. The other, that he held his focus, was of a trio of children standing in front of a man in a jounin jacket. The man with spiky white hair looked as though he was booming with laughter, seemingly amused at the antics of his students. Today was an important day that would shape the rest of her life. Her career was now out of his hands and about to be placed in someone else's. He sighed as visions of the past played in his mind before he returned to the surplus of work that threatened to engulf him. As unpopular as Hinata was within the clan, the opposite could be said for how the villagers regarded her. No matter what the elders said, the civilian population adored the kind Hyuga princess. Unlike many in her clan, she would always make sure to bow back to anyone who addressed her. She would always take time out of her day to talk with the small children running around the village. Today was no different. As she made her way to the academy, Hinata returned every smile and cheerily responded to the shopkeepers who wished her luck as she passed. Today was a big day. The big day. The day she finally became a kunoichi. It was uncommon for Hinata to be full of such confidence. But today she was sure of herself. Sure, she's still withdrawn and quiet, but a more astute observer would notice the spring in her step and the different way she carried herself. Due to her impeccable chakra control required of her to utilize the Juken techniques, the Academy's 3 techniques had been simple and required no time to learn. Of course, that didn't stop her from spending hours in private making sure that all of them were perfect. She walked around a pothole and shifted the weight on her back. She fumbled with the box in her bag, making sure that the orange wrapping paper wasn't visible. She'd die of embarrassment if someone saw the square bulge and asked whom it was for. Today wasn't just a special day for her. Today would be Naruto's last attempt at passing the academy. Although she was concerned, she had confidence that today would be the day he finally passed. She knew had been working extremely hard to keep up with the others. She always saw him sitting in the corner during the lunch with his nose in his books jotting down notes, and never wanted to disturb him. It always impressed her seeing him try so hard to improve himself. His determination was what helped her motivate herself to push through whenever she felt down. She was always impressed by his attempts to improve himself, and she never wanted to get in his way. But today was going to be the day it all finally paid off. Today he could finally get to show off what he could do. Flashback. One day, she had been roaming the training fields searching for a particular herb that grew in the areas with high concentrations of chakra. As she finally found the small plant, she realized she was not alone. She had stumbled across the blonde deep in concentration with a strange kunai in his hands. He had multiple scrolls and books spread out around him in a circle. They contained all of the notes he had ever taken on his secret project, for today was a special day. Unknown to her, Hinata was about to witness one of the biggest milestones of Naruto's life. He had finally made a breakthrough with his secret project. He had been experimenting with creating his own seals when he stumbled across a strange connection. After spying on a Chunin and Jounin sparring one day, Naruto had noticed how difficult it seemed for one of the Chunin to land their Raitun jutsus on their older, superior partner. Obviously his ability came from his experience, but this had made Naruto curious about what he would do if he were to come across an opponent who outclassed him that much. So he first set out to solve this conundrum with the original problem, ensuring that a jutsu would land. The problem with many techniques, such as Sasuke's fireball jutsu, was that it was relatively easy for the opponent to dodge, which is the academy tried to drill into their students' heads to reserve their highly powerful jutsu for the end of a fight, after an opponent has been worn down or restrained. If you were facing a stronger opponent, this wasn't really a possibility. Any jounin worth their rank would dismantle a genin in a heartbeat if they were serious. Even if a genin were able to fire off a jutsu, more than likely the jonin would dodge unless they were severely distracted. Naruto first addressed this problem with his first example, landing a Raitun jutsu. So Naruto got to work creating a way to ensure that the electricity would connect with its target. It came to him in a flash of brilliance one rainy day as a stray bolt of lightning struck his apartment. Create a seal that functioned like a lightning rod. As he worked on this, he noticed several patterns for attracting the electricity seemed familiar. It took him a while to realize that the seals were familiar to the ones on his tri-pronged kunai. It seemed that the kanji served as a conduit that connected a source of chakra with the marking. It also seemed that the more chakra the object connected to, the more chakra necessary to pull off whatever the technique was. Spurred by this development, Naruto had a fierce internal debate about reaching out to it with his own chakra. Every book he had ever read about seals warned him about activating a seal without knowing what it would do. But, however smart Naruto had become regarding seals, he was still a reckless child that loved to test the limits. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. So, Naruto sat that day surrounded by his research with barrier seals ready to activate if anything went wrong. He let out a sigh as he got up and planted the kunai about 25 feet away. He wrapped a remote activation seal around the handle before returning to the circle. He took a deep breath and ran through the hand signs. He closed his eyes and let his chakra reach out to the remote seal. Once it was linked, he began pushing his chakra into the seal in the handle. Once he linked with the seal, his mind was assaulted with a whole new form of sense. It was as if his mind was being fed two different displays of the world around him. Suddenly, he was aware of the seal's location as though it was a shining light in the dark. It stood out like a beacon of yellow light. "Wow!" was all Naruto could muster. As his chakra lingered in the seal, he could feel it molding itself to fit the seal's jutsu until it happened. Hinata could only let out a gasp as Naruto simply disappeared. All that was left of the blonde was a bright yellow flash. Just as quickly as he disappeared, the blonde reappeared and fell to the ground in a heap. He shook his head as he tried to stand back up. He had never felt so disoriented in his life. What the heck was Dash? He was cut off as he felt a searing pain, and his stomach suddenly decided that he needed a wake-up call. End flashback. Hinata had been shocked to say the least. She remembered how she couldn't help but stare at him for the rest of the week. It wasn't until he asked her if he had something on his face that she was able to turn away out of embarrassment. If he was able to learn something like that all on his own, she was sure that taking something as simple as the Academy's test would be a cakewalk. Her thoughts were interrupted as a shadow passed over her head and called out her name. Was that? Sasuke Uchiha took one last glance over his shoulder at the monument before turning and leaving the cemetery. He had a promise to keep, and today was the first step towards making that promise a reality. As he walked through the Uchiha district, he almost shuddered out how empty it felt. It was nothing but a ghost town, a shell of its former glory. That would all change. He would make sure of that. Entering the village, the civilians all stopped to bow towards the last Uchiha, the prodigal boy destined to return the clan to its former glory. He almost wanted to scoff at them. All that they had to give was pity, and he wanted none of it. While it did sometimes stoke his ego to hear others compliment his talents, it was never personal. It didn't come from a place of true appreciation. Besides, the feeling would always be shot down by the knowledge of how that man had been 4 steps ahead of him by that stage. But today was special, and he wasn't going to let that man bring him down. Today was his first step towards his ultimate goal. No longer would he have to waste his time the boring lectures of the academy. No longer would he have to put up with those useless fangirls every day, unless he was cursed by Kami herself and teamed up with one. Today was his first step towards his goal. Today was the day he became a ninja. His thoughts were echoed by the world's most unpredictable ninja as he stared over the village deep in thought. Today is finally the day. I am going to become a ninja. All of his hard work outside of the classroom was finally going to be put to the test, and he was going to show them all what he could really do. Naruto. Speaking of which, he turned his head down below and stuck out his tongue at the assortment of Chunin and Anbu gathering below him. He noticed a few streaks darting towards him from above and decided it was time to go. Cutting the rope dangling him in the air, the boy started to freefall down towards the ground and the group below him. Twisting midair, he kicked off the stone wall and fell at angle toward a roof. As he got closer to the roof at speeds less than comfortable for his observers, his hands whipped together in a hand sign and yelled, "Release!" Below him, multiple seals along the cliffside and ground activated, shooting columns of pressurized air into the sky. It wasn't enough to stop him, but it was certainly enough for him to control his descent and bounce of the rock wall onto a building. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he shot off like a bat out of hell, closely followed by an assortment of Chunin, Jounin, and ANBU. "Come on, guys!" he shouted over his shoulder. "I haven't even done anything this time." Smirking, he crossed his hands in another hand sign, as multiple seals sprung to life. A cloud of smoke enveloped the cliffside, and as it cleared, the people of Konoha could only stare in abject horror, as the Hokage monument was desecrated in paint. "Now, I've done something. You won't be getting away with this, Uzumaki," one Chunin shouted at him. The blond boy smirked as he led through his carefully planned course through side alleys, rooftops, and buildings all across Konoha. He led the pack through his planned route, triggering traps and seals left and right, covering his pursuers in an assortment of undesirable materials, from glue and feathers to paint and cement. Laughing the entire time, Konoha's #1 troublemaker woke the town by storm and loved every minute of it. At one point, he jumped from one rooftop into the middle of the street and couldn't help but chuckle as flew over someone he knew. "Hi Hinata-chan," he yelled with a smile before taking off with a cloud of smoke behind him. The girl could only stare in astonishment as the group of shinobi chasing the blonde ran around her. After a while, he decided it was finally time to call it quits and finally head to the academy. As the Chunin still left in the pursuit saw the boy make a sharp left turn, they began to smirk. Many knew it was a dead end, and they would finally be able to end this drawn-out pursuit. They finally turned the corner only to be met with nothing. The boy was simply gone. The sensors in the group reached out but were unable to find him. It was as if he had simply vanished. Halfway across the village on a rooftop overlooking a certain ramen stand, a single tri-pronged kunai was embedded in the ground. The next second, there was a flash of yellow and a young boy appeared as if from nowhere grinning victoriously. A short second later, he hunched over and began violently regurgitating the contents of his stomach. "Damn, every time," he thought to himself. At least it was becoming more manageable. He wiped the blood from his mouth on his sleeve and leaned against the railing for support. He reached down and pocketed the kunai before turning to admire his handiwork. The Hokage monument was decorated in a rainbow of colors and drawings, all planned out by his seals. Of course, he had added a few tricks as well, courtesy of his Fuinjutsu talents. The second Hokage's eyes seemed to be crying as water poured continuously from the statue's eyes. A similar situation could be found on the head of the Sandaime as smoke seemed to be coming out of his ears. Even the Yondaime could not seem to escape the boy's wrath. The man's face was decorated with glitter, creating a bright shine off of the morning sun. Naruto giggled to himself as he panted and regained his strength. Oh, it had been worth it. His final prank before he became a ninja, and he had pulled out all the stops to make it one to remember. As he settled down, he finally noticed the other presence on the roof and gulped before trying to bolt off. He was caught and held by the hem of his shirt as he flailed, trying to free himself from his captor. "Going somewhere?" a voice that still sent shivers up his skin asked. "And nowhere, Kitsune-san. What are you doing here? I knew there were about 5 places that you probably show up at after that hot mess. Knowing you, I decided to follow your gut and stake out here. By the way, that technique still needs work." I know, the boy said, resigned to his fate and finally stopping his struggling. "So, where do you think we are going now? To go have a pleasant talk with Gigi?" the boy asked hopefully. The masked teenager shook his head and replied, "No, we are off for a nice, long chat with Irika-san. Wouldn't want to be late for today now, would we? I'm sure he'll be very understanding." Naruto gulped as the world of pain he knew he was in for slowly approached him. Hinata couldn't help but giggle as she watched Irika go off and lecture Naruto about his terrible behavior. The two looked so much like brothers that at times it was hard to believe they weren't actually related. Naruto at least looked a little ashamed as Irika went off on him. After a while, he was finally able to make him stop by saying he could remove all he had done right now. The Chunin was obviously confused, but allowed him to go on. Naruto clasped his hands together, working his way through several hand signs before whispering release and pointing out of the window. Irika and Hinata could only look in awe as the Hokage monument looked as clear as it had the previous day. "What did you do?" he asked. "I just used the reverse seals I placed up there. I knew you were probably going to make me clean it up, so I decided to save some time." He grinned and rubbed the back of his head as Irika simply sighed. While he was still upset about the whole debacle, he was also quite proud of the level of skill and forethought Naruto needed to pull it off. He decided to let him off easy, with a promised visit with the Hokage after everything was over. As everyone settled into their seats, Irika stood in front of the class and began his speech. "Before we start with the examinations, I just wanted to say how proud I am of all of you. You all have worked so hard to reach this point, and I have been honored to be your teacher. Remember all of the lessons you have learned here and let them guide you to success out there in the real world." And with that, he began calling up the first students. Chapter 6, Be Better. The graduation exam for the academy was split up into 5 parts. A written exam, an accuracy test, a taijutsu spar, the academy 3, and a special section to demonstrate any personal abilities that could warrant extra credit. Many of the students from civilian families opted out from this particular section. They mostly felt that any skills that they could demonstrate would be unimpressive when compared to the abilities passed down through clan families. For example, Kiba and Akamaru showed off their tsuga, Hinata demonstrated katas of the Jukin, and Sasuke let loose his clan's signature Gukakyu no Jutsu. After the chatter over Sasuke's technique died down, Naruto was finally called up and he could barely contain his excitement. He ran to the center of the courtyard with his bag of sealing materials slung over his shoulder. Irika and the 2 teachers grading with him felt a sense of dread wash over them as the class prankster approached to demonstrate his individual talent. "All right, Naruto, what do you have planned for us today? And please be serious. You know this can go a long way to affect your grade." "Don't you worry, Irika-sensei. I wouldn't mess this up for sake of a joke. This time I am going to graduate. I'm ready to show you what I can really do." Irika gave the confident smile. "All right. And what do you have prepared?" Naruto knelt and began pulling out scrolls and bottles of ink out of his bag. "I'm going to demonstrate some special seals that I made all by myself. My presentation is going to have multiple parts, but I've got the really complicated one already made. I just wanted to show you that I can do the first part by myself before moving on." Irika was confused, but he still nodded. "All right then, you may begin." Naruto gave him one last smile, before his face changed to one of deep concentration. He dipped his brush into the special ink and began his careful strokes along the scroll. "What the hell does that idiot think he's doing?" Kiba whispered to Shino, as the watched the blonde scribble away on some scroll. "I believe he is attempting to utilize his proficiency in Fuinjutsu for this segment of the test," Shino replied in his monotone voice. "What proficiency? I love Naruto as much as the next guy, but the guy's not too bright. I know he sometimes uses seals for his pranks, but come on. Does he really think he's good enough for it to help him with the test? Considering he is halfway through the intermediate series, one would assume that he knows what he is doing." "How the hell do you know that?" Shino raised a hand as one of his Kikeichu insects crawled up his finger. "I send my helpers to observe everyone in the academy. I did it to learn as much as I could about my potential teammates and keeps tabs on them in the event something went awry during the day." Kiba looked shocked for a moment, before grumbling, "I swear, if I see anything that even resembles a tick in Akamaru's fur, I'm gonna dash." "Done, Irika-sensei," Naruto yelled as he wiped his brow, before handing the fruit of his labor over to Irika. Irika looked over the scroll pretending to inspect it, when he was really trying to save face in front of the other judges. To be honest, Fuinjutsu had been a subject that always went over his head. Of course he had the required knowledge needed for someone of Chunin rank, but he had never really looked too into it. "All right, Naruto, it looks very impressive, but what does it do exactly?" Naruto's face lit up with his signature grin as he took back the scroll. "I'm happy to show ya, but I'm gonna need you or one of the other teachers to help me with the demonstration." He looked behind Irika over at the other two teachers and asked, "Do any of you know any Raiton Jutsu?" Mizuki shook his head, curious of what the boy could be planning, but his colleague nodded and handed him his clipboard. As he stepped forward, Naruto instructed him to stand in place as he ran to other side of the training field. "All right, sensei, fire it at me with all you got." Irika was instantly worried. "Naruto, are you sure about this?" Naruto flashed him a smile. "Don't you worry, sensei. I got this." He turned his gaze back to the other teacher. "Ready whenever you are." The Chunin had a hard time suppressing a grin as he began forming hand signs. It wasn't every day the demon child actually asked you to attack it. He mentally smirked as he prepared his one Raiton Jutsu that he had copied from a cloud ninja he had fought last spring. It had definitely been worth all that practice to get to use it now. He didn't know what the demon brat had planned, but this wasn't an B-class jutsu for nothing. It wouldn't kill the brat, but it was certainly going to hurt. Excruciating even. He formed his final tiger seal before throwing his palms out to his side. The lightning chakra began swirling around his palms, and he clapped his palms forward, while screaming, "Raiton, Thunderstream!" The thunderbolt raced across the training field almost too fast for Irika to see. While his eyes could follow its path, his body was too slow to respond. He started to scream out towards the blonde, who had his confident smirk plastered on his face the entire time. As the bolt was about to reach him, Naruto whipped open his seal and the bolt slammed into the paper and ink. At first nothing happened, but then the markings on the seal glowed white as the bolt of lightning disappeared in a flash of light. After it died down, the center of the scroll now held the kanji for lightning. Everyone in the courtyard stared at the steaming scroll and tried to comprehend what had just happened. Naruto turned the scroll around, inspected it and smiled as he looked it over. "Thanks, sensei. That was perfect." The Chunin was dumbfounded. That had been the strongest jutsu he had in his arsenal, and the boy had seemingly brushed it off. "Naruto," Irika said in a quiet voice, "what did you just do?" Naruto ran over and pushed the scroll into his hands. "See this," he said, pointing to the kanji for lightning. "This is the jutsu that Reishi-sensei shot at me. I sealed it into the scroll." Naruto kept talking a mile a minute as he started heading towards one of the training dummies on the other side of the field. There are different sealing techniques that can seal elemental jutsu. You just have to be ready for which type you want to seal. I've always found it easiest to absorb Raiton Jutsu because it's already in a natural state of energy. As he arrived at the wooden dummy, he began rummaging through his bag. Since I don't know any Raiton Jutsu myself, I thought I'd show off with a storage seal before moving on to the main event, which is, aha, this. He pulled out a piece of paper with a triangular seal marking and slapped it onto the dummy's chest. Racing back to Irika, he took the scroll out of the Chunin's hands. I have always been bothered by how hard it can be to land some jutsu on faster opponents, so I made this to fix the problem. He faced away from the training dummy and swung the seal forward as he yelled, "Release!" The blue lightning jutsu erupted from the seal and raced across the courtyard away from him. Just as quickly as it left the seal, it arced upward over Naruto's head and raced back toward the dummy. It slammed into the wooden caricature, which erupted in an explosion of splinter, leaving a smoking crater in its place. Turning away from his stunned classmates, he puffed out his chest and stared at Irika. "I present to you the lighting rod seal, designed to attract any and all Raishin Jutsu directly to its location. Place it on an enemy shinobi, and any projectile-style Raiton Jutsu you use is sure to land." Irika's face lit up in a big smile and he ruffled the boy's hair. "Very good, Naruto. I'm very impressed. You did stupendously." The boy let put a nervous laugh as he scratched the back of his head. He turned and bowed to Reishi-sensei, thanking him for his help. As he headed back to his classmates, Irika made eye contact with Reishi and shot him a fierce glare. That had been a high-class jutsu. If it had hit Naruto dead on, he would have likely been sent to the ICU for third-degree burns. He shuddered to think what would have happened if his seal hadn't worked as planned. His look sent his message loud and clear. The Hokage would absolutely be hearing on this. The man scowled before heading back to Mizuku to retrieve his clipboard. Irika wasn't the only person upset about Naruto's performance. Mizuku internally frowned as he reflected Naruto's performance in his tests. He had actually passed his written exam with decent scores, and had even scored highly on his taijutsu and accuracy tests. Even if he failed one of the Academy 3, which he likely would in the Bunshin section, his bonus points from this event would surely propel him just enough to pass. Mizuki had plans for the boy. Plans that had assumed that the boy would be desperate enough to use his close connection to the Hokage to swipe the forbidden scroll. He would have to take measures into his own hands and ensure that the blonde failed. It would be a shame if the boy's written exam was somehow misplaced in the grading process. Who would believe that the dead last had received a 84% on his written exam anyways? Naruto sat dejected on the lone swing of the Academy's courtyard as he watched the newly minted genin chatting amongst themselves, ecstatic with their results. It took everything he had to keep in the tears that threatened to fall from his face. Hinata watched on heartbroken, as the Hittite around her neck felt as if weighed a ton. She felt cemented in place as the sinking weight of her headband and the package in her bag reminded her of her crush's failure. She had been in this situation before. Yearning to comfort the blonde as he dejectedly watched the other children laughing amongst themselves. She resolved herself and pushed her shaking leg forward. This was her last chance to help her crush in the time that he needed a friend most. Before she could go anywhere, the blonde took off. The students' parents had started to arrive and he couldn't stand to see their smiling faces and looks of pride. It was just an all-too-painful reminder of what he didn't have. Hinata prepared to jump after him, but her personal guide Ko caught her shoulder. "You did well, Hinata-sama. I'm sure Hayashi-sama will be most pleased with your results. You should be proud of yourself." As she watched the retreating form of the orange-clad blonde, she felt anything but proud of herself. She had been too afraid and failed again, possibly for the last time. She hung her head as she followed Ko back towards the Hyuga compound. On top of the walls of the academy, Mizuki smiled as he watched the retreating form of the blonde boy. It was going to be too easy. Several hours later, night had settled over Konoha, but the town was anything but sleepy. In the woods outside of the village, a boy clad in orange raced away as fast as he could while carrying a rather large scroll on his back. His cheek stung from the cut of a blade that had been way too close for comfort. His mind was still upset when he remembered how he had acquired it. Flashback. Sneaking into the Hokage's office had been easy. Getting into Jig's secret room had been slightly more difficult as he struggled to remember the codes from when Gigi would open the safe in front of him. He had almost been home free until he opened the door, coming face to face with the surprised Hokage flanked by his right-hand man. "Naruto? What are dash?" He was cut off as a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a scantily clad girl wiggling her hips seductively. The old man stared for a moment, before blood spurted from his nose, rocketing him into the ground. His bodyguard had barely glanced at the naked figure before drawing his tanto and slashing at the figure's head. His henge quickly disappeared as he used every ounce of his speed to evade the cut, and even so, he was still grazed along his cheek. He had quickly slapped a piece of paper onto the ANBU's outstretched arm before disappearing in a flash of yellow light. The ANBU cursed as his arm dragged him to the ground, causing cracks to appear on the floor. "Gravity seal." He cursed as he tried to peel the paper from his arm to no avail. His left hand went through one-handed seals before erupting in bright, white fire. He clasped his hand on the paper and began painfully peeling it from his skin, ripping up flesh as he went. He cursed at Naruto's stupidity. He didn't know what the blonde was up to or what he was involved with, but he was in for a world of trouble after he found him. Finally removing the seal from his body, he cauterized his wound before turning towards the passed-out Hokage. It would reflect poorly on the esteemed leader if others were to find him in his current state, let alone what caused it. Kitsune sighed as he ran through hand seals to wake the professor up. His eyes darted to the window as he spied a dark form hurrying across rooftops on the other side of the village. His eyes promised a world of pain for whoever was responsible for this mess. End flashback. Naruto wiped his mouth and ignored the feeling of a hole in his stomach as he raced along the treetops. After finding a spot that was a relatively safe distance away from the village, he finally took a moment to catch his breath. He had never moved that fast in his life, and he had never expected Kitsune to actually take a swing at him. The older boy had barely given his Oryoke Jutsu a second glance. Seriously, Kitsune was all work and no play. Not one to waste time, Naruto set the scroll down and began poring over its contents. His eyes flashed over advanced Katon Jutsus capable of leveling entire armies and Suetun Jutsu capable of making blood boil, but he ignored those looking for something that was at least a little manageable for him. Not that he wouldn't love to learn such awesome jutsu like that, but he was on a limited timetable and he didn't want to waste a second on something he couldn't learn immediately. As he scrolled over the contents, his eyes fell across the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Perfect. He was about to begin work on it, but his eyes continued wandering the page until it stopped on the next entry. It was a seal that practically screamed at him. It looked so familiar that Naruto felt his face pale when he finally recognized what it was. While the shape of the formula and key parts were different, it was the jutsu formula for the project he had been working on in private for 3 years. He bit his lip as he looked between the 2 gold mines that he had discovered. Here was a treasure trove of information that could potentially finally help him master his secret technique without all of the negative side effects. But Naruto wasn't stupid. It had taken him 3 years to get where he was with the technique, and Mizuki-sensei said he had to master one by the end of the night. Making up his mind, he pulled out a scroll and ink as he began making a copy seal to record all of the information regarding his project. As he was about to place it on top of the scroll, he faltered. He quickly unfurled the entire scroll and skimmed his eyes across the bottom of the page, and a wave of relief swam over him as he did. Always check for an anti-theft seal. If he had placed the copy seal, all of the contents of the forbidden scroll would have been wiped clean, and he knew Gigi would have been furious if that happened. Slightly altering the contents of his copy seal, he held it over the section regarding the teleportation technique and poured chakra into his scroll. With a flash of light, a copy image was now safely within his own scroll. Photo seal complete. Ensuring that it was safely secure in his bag, he returned his attention back to the Kage Bunshin and got to work. I want every available off-duty jounin out there searching for Naruto. We cannot allow that scroll to be lost or stolen. Am I understood? Yes, SAR. An echoed cry responded to the Hokage. The old man was deeply concerned as he could only wait for one of his subordinates to return with some news. As soon as the Kage had regained consciousness, Kitsune had sped off in pursuit of the orange-clad boy. His aura promised a world of pain. Of course, Hiruzen was worried about the boy's well-being, but the leader side of him was more concerned about the contents of the scroll. It would be a disaster if a scroll listing many of the Nidame's forbidden jutsu were to fall into enemy hands. Especially when the scroll contained 2 jutsu that the professor considered as the most deadly in all of Konoha's records. The Hiraishin and Edo Tensei were 2 of the deadliest jutsu ever created, and the details of how to perform them now were in the hands of an impulsive young boy being led into some kind of trap. Hours later, it had taken him some time, but he had finally caught onto the boy's scent. About 5 minutes ago, he had been following a barely noticeable track, until the boy's chakra signature lit up like a flare in the sky. When he finally arrived in the clearing, he came across the young boy in the deep embrace of Irika Yumino, sobbing with happiness into his flak jacket. He noted the lack of a Hitai 8 on the older boy's forehead and put 2 and 2 together. He glanced over at the twitching form of the other academy instructor Mizuki. The man was beaten to a pulp and required medical attention, but he would certainly live. Kitsune sniffed at the air. It was heavy with the distinctive smell that a Kage Bunshin's cloud created. Piecing the picture together, Kitsune dropped to the floor and hung the forbidden scroll across his back. After the target was secure, he began making his way towards the duo. Naruto smiled and ran up to him, only to be met with a forceful open palm to the throat. Ignoring the boy's sputtering and spasms of pain, he knelt before the Chunin still leaning against the tree. You are injured, Irika-san. Do you require immediate medical attention? The man shook his head as he leaned forward, showing his injury. Windmill shuriken to my back, but it managed to miss my spine. The flak jacket absorbed most of the damage. Kitsune nodded and began helping the man to his feet. He then turned his attention back to the boy who had finally regained his ability to speak. The blond boy was about to speak up when he was met with an icy glare and a more than uncomfortable amount of killing intent. And just what did you think you were doing? But Mizuki team said dash. I realize what happened. I can piece the picture together. What I can't understand is how you could be so stupid as to not realize that something was wrong. Did you not think that it was somewhat suspicious to steal one of the most heavily guarded scrolls in all of Konoha? Or did you not think something was wrong when I decided to attack you? The blonde boy took a step back under the heavy scrutiny. I get that you're mad, but dash. I'm not mad. The older boy cut him off. I'm disappointed. This shut the boy up as he held his head down in shame. I'm sorry, he whispered. Don't be sorry. Be smarter. A few seconds went by before the blonde felt the familiar touch of the older boy's hand on his head. He looked up and met the older boy's eyes. He noticed that their coldness had faded away. I expect more from a fellow shinobi of the leaf, he said as he tapped the forehead protector on top of Naruto's head. The boy was shocked as more tears threatened to fall from his face. He held his head high and vigorously nodded. Good. Now that this mess is cleared up, let us return to the Hokage. He took the scroll off his back and handed it to the young boy. Are you sure I can trust you with this? The blonde beamed and secured the scroll to his back as the ANBU agent picked up the beaten form of Mizuki. Then let's be on our way. Days later, the Sandame sat in his office puffing away at this pipe, glad that the previous day's events had finally blown over. The suspect had been apprehended, the scroll had been returned, and the boy had even learned a highly advanced jutsu for his trouble. Of course he had received a rather scathing lecture once he had returned, but in the end, he had let Irika's decision stand. If it hadn't been for Mizuki's meddling, he was sure Naruto would have passed the graduation problem without a problem. This, however, created two problems. The boy finally knew his dark secret, or one of them at least. He had been worried about the boy's reaction to hearing such world-crushing news, but the boy had bounced back as determined as ever. It wasn't every day that you found out why the entire civilian population of the village decided to hate you. His reaction had been a testament of the boy's resolve and of his bond with his teacher. He made sure to remember to give Irika a slight bump in his paycheck in the upcoming weeks. The other issue regarded the selection of teams for the new batch of genin. With Naruto now added to the mix, he would have to rearrange the team selections. He had originally considered the possibility of throwing Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura together to form the standard dead last with Rookie and Kunoichi of the year combination, but eventually tossed that idea out the window. While he was very impressed with Sakura's intelligence, he found her actual skill level lacking for one labeled as the Academy's top Kunoichi. After much debate, he decided to shift her over to Team 8 with Kurenai Yuhi. The woman would serve as a fine role model for the young girl. She would be sure to knock any whimsical ideas out of the little girl's head and mold her into a fine soldier. With Kurenai as her teacher and her impeccable chakra control, he was sure that she had the potential to turn into a truly talented genjutsu specialist. As he looked over the new roster one last time, he could not help but smile as the latest iteration of Team 7 reminded him of the previous incarnation that had served under Jiraiya. Those piercing black and white eyes paired with that signature blonde hair brought back both wonderful and painful memories of the trio, each of whom left a permanent mark on the history of the village. He signed off on his last decision of the night before finally deciding to head to bed. The stack of paperwork for tomorrow would surely be there when he returned. Across the village, Naruto lay on his bed staring up at the headband in his hands. He had done it. He was finally a shinobi. Yet he still felt like he hadn't deserved it, no matter what Irika reassured him. He didn't care what Mizuki did. Sure, he may have altered his scores, but he had still fallen for his ploy like a desperate child. Yet the Sandame had still approved Irika's decision and let him be a shinobi, even after falling for such an obvious and stupid trap. He was going to make it up to the old man for all of the trouble, and not just by being the best damn shinobi he could. Maybe he could do something to lighten up his work schedule. Just another thing to add to the back burner. Speaking of his projects, he double-checked to ensure that his security seals were in place before he ducked his head under his bed. He rummaged inside his bag and pulled out the scroll he had been careful to hide from the Hokage. Gigi already knew he could perform the other technique, so he wouldn't mind if he made a copy of the other one, right? Even though guilt racked through his body, Naruto opened up the scroll to the jutsu that he finally had a name to, the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Whoever named the thing certainly had an air for the theatric. Flying Thunder God Jutsu indeed. All in all, he was extremely lucky that the jutsu did not require hand signs, or else he may have never figured it out. It would have been impossible to solve problem with only half the information. The more he had looked between the seal from the scroll and the seal on the kunai, the more he could tell that they had been developed by two different people. The bulk of the schematics were the same, but there were several minor improvements in the version from the kunai. Theatrical or not, whoever redesigned the seal was a genius. The overall shape of the seal had been completely overhauled and shaped to fit inside the kanji of endurance, love, and sword. Why it was designed that way, he hadn't the faintest idea, but he was ready to find out. He was getting ready to jot down some new notes when there was a rapid knock on his door. Who could it possibly have been at this hour? It was nearly 10:30. He opened the door to find nothing but air staring back at him. He glanced up and down the street, but found no one around. Despite the apparent bareness, he could still feel a lingering gaze bearing straight at him. He looked down and was surprised to find a nicely wrapped orange box with a blue ribbon sitting on his doorstep. He picked up the note on top and opened it. It was a nice little note written with elegant handwriting. It was short and to the point, but carried weight behind its few words. Congratulations on graduating. I'm so happy you were able to pass. Good luck, and I'm sure you will become a splendid shinobi. He felt his breath hitch as he picked up the box. Over the years, he had received mysterious gifts around his birthday from some unknown person. One year he had received his beloved frog wallet, and the next he had received his beloved goggles. He had always assumed it was Gigi, but the boy had spent enough time in his office to know that this wasn't his handwriting. He gave one last look from his doorway, noticing a small shadow hiding behind a air conditioning unit 2 buildings away. Whoever you are, thank you so much for everything, he shouted. He noticed the shadow fall deeper into the darkness of the roof, before a neighbor across the street opened his window and started shouting. Shut up, you damn brat. Some of us are trying to sleep. The boy's face crunched up in a similar frown. Shut up, Tsubiki team. I'll do what I want. With that, he headed inside and slammed the door behind him. The shadow could not help but giggle by the boy's antics as it started making its way back home. In the words of one of its classmates, it would be quite troublesome if it was discovered that they were absent this late at night. Chapter 7: The Test, Part 1. Naruto woke up as a nasty jolt of chakra burst through his system. He groaned and wanted to return to the sweet embrace of sleep, but he knew that he'd just receive a nastier jolt in another 5 minutes. Deciding it was time to get up, he lifted up his shirt and peeled the seal off of his chest. Another useful trick he had learned from his books. Shinobi had long ago realized it was much more cost-effective to design a new seal than keep wasting money on alarm clocks. Their instincts were so jumpy that they kept driving kunai into their alarm clocks as they went off. He pulled himself out of bed and groggily meandered over to kitchen. He reached into his cabinet and started heating up a pot of water before heading off towards the bathroom. As he let the shower warm up, he stared at his shirtless form in the mirror. After a minute of silence, he began focusing chakra and stared at the dark insignia that appeared over his stomach. So this was it. This was the source of every bad thing that had ever happened in his life. The source of all his pain, all his anguish, all his loneliness. Even as these bitter thoughts raced through his mind, his analytical side couldn't help but be amazed by the Yondame's work. The fourth really had been a genius. This wasn't just an efficient seal, this was art. Naruto could only recognize the double elephant seal, but he had no idea what the others meant. This was the step beyond the advanced class, a point that he only dreamed of reaching. He had initially held some resentment for the Yondame's actions, but he found that he couldn't stay mad at his idol. The man had to make the difficult decision and had apparently made the ultimate sacrifice in the process. If the fourth really thought he was up to the task, he was going to be sure to prove it to him. Besides, if those close to him saw him for who he truly was, what else really mattered? Newly invigorated, he tentatively entered the hot shower as a new train of thought re-entered his mind. It had been nagging at him all night. Who could have possibly delivered that thoughtful gift? He had already ruled out Nachon. It wasn't her style. She preferred to be loud, upfront, and commanded your attention. certainly wasn't Kitsune. While quiet, he would be frank and deliver anything in person, not hiding away in the dark. Besides, he had told him he would not give him another gift until he had mastered the previous gift from his last birthday. No one else came to mind as he dried himself off and headed towards his closet. He opened it and a sea of white and orange stared back at him. He had tried to shake things up with this awesome orange jumpsuit he had found a few months ago, but Kitsune had given it one look before slicing it in half, warning him to never wear it again. So he had stuck with his orange hoodies until today, that is. He reached into the back of the closet and pulled out the gift he had received from the previous night. As he stared at himself in the mirror, he felt something was missing. He snapped his fingers and raced over to his nightstand. He pulled his signature goggles over his neck and tightened his hitai around his forehead, before returning to the mirror. There we go. He beamed as he admired his new look. Whoever had picked it out for him certainly had style. His eyes gazed over the clock and he was pleased to note he still had plenty of time. He strolled back into the kitchen, poured the hot water into his cup of ramen, and began his stroll out towards the academy. By this time, Hinata had already woken up and was getting dressed as well. She had just finished combing her hair and was leaving her bathroom. As she opened the door, her gaze hardened as she stared holes through the tiny scroll sitting on her desk. The day after the incident in the library, she had woken up with the small scroll clenched firmly in her hands. She had no recollection of how she had acquired it, and when she asked her father about it, he claimed to have no knowledge of any scroll. The first time she opened it, she had felt the same feeling that the horned figure had given off in the room. Of course, she immediately wanted to be rid of it. However, no matter how many times she tried, the thing kept coming back in perfect condition. She had originally thrown it out of her window, only to find it later that night on her desk. Not one to give up, she had buried, burned, and ripped it apart, but it always kept reappearing fully intact later that day. It disturbed her to no end. It was like some cursed object she couldn't rid herself of. When she tried to show her father, his eyes seemed to fog up and he would act as if he had no idea what she was talking about. It was supernatural and she did not like it. What truly irritated her was whatever the scroll was trying to tell her. It was doing a poor job of it. No matter what she did, the scroll remained blank. She had tried to read it when she was alone with the Byakugan, and even back in that accursed room. Every time, it remained as blank as the day she opened it. She shot it one last glare before picking up her kunai pouch and left the room. As she walked out, she bumped into the Hyuga's clan's little ball of fire. "Good morning, Nei-chan." While Hanabi was as serious as her father during spars, the moment she stepped out of the dojo, she was a bustling little firecracker of energy. "So," she drawled, leaning in towards her sister, "did you deliver your gift last night?" Hinata's face flushed crimson as she nervously began tapping her fingers. I don't know what you're talking about." Hanabi held her cocky smile as she placed her hands on her hips. "You can't lie to me, Nei-chan. You may have told Ko you were just out training, but I saw what direction you were heading. Right towards Na-dash." Hinata slapped her hand over Hanabi's mouth as her head whipped back and forth to make sure they were alone. "Please don't talk about that here," she pleaded. The young girl rolled her eyes. Literally everyone knew about Hinata's crush. She didn't understand why the need to keep it so hush-hush. Apparently the only ones still oblivious to the fact were her father and the blonde boy in question. "Got it, Nei-chan," she said after Hinata removed her hand. "Well, I just wanted to wish you good luck with your team assignments." She held her hand to her forehead in a mocking gesture. "Who knows, maybe you will be paired off with that dashing Naruto-kun. It will be like a dream come true." Hinata shot her sister her patented side-eye, clearly not amused by her joke. She still gave her a short hug before she made her way out of the house. Hanabi sighed as she watched her sister go. Her handler always tried to persuade her that she was the stronger of the two sisters, but she wouldn't hear any of it. She admired her sister's fierce determination, and, no matter what father said, Hinata was a stronger kunoichi than she would ever be. While she had been teasing, she really did hope that Hinata was placed on the same team as her crush. It would do her some good by forcing her into his presence, for everyone knew she would never make the first move herself. Shaking her head, she headed off towards the kitchen, hoping to sneak off with a cinnamon roll before she had her morning katas. Sasuke paused as he entered the mostly empty classroom to see the blonde boy dozing off in the front row. He just didn't know when to quit. Even after failing for the third time, he still had the gall to show up at the graduation ceremony. He passed him without a word as he claimed his seat in the second row next to the window. Over time, more and more of his classmates trickled in, each shooting the blonde the same confused look. Finally, Shikamaru arrived and paused in front of the blonde. He tapped his knuckles on top of the boy's head, waking him up. "Naruto, don't you think this is getting a little sad? This is for graduates only, not dropouts." Sure, it was harsh, but it was time for the blonde to start facing reality. The boy yawned before erupting in a smile and tapping at his own hitai-ite. "I know it's for graduates. That's why I'm here." "Well, what do you know? You actually did it." The pineapple-haired boy fought a smile from forming on his face. "You know it," the blonde beamed. Shikamaru shook his head, noticing the blonde's new clothes, before muttering troublesome, and walking up the stairs to take his seat next to Chuji. Hinata had blushed when she had seen the boy already dressed in the clothes she had left for him. She was happy to know that the blonde liked her gift. She had given him a gray long-sleeve shirt and navy short-sleeve hoodie along with 2 pairs of pants. One dark orange and one gray. She thought he looked quite handsome, and tried to stop a blush from creeping up her face. After several minutes, Irika finally walked into the room and took his place in front of the class. "I want you all to know just how proud I am of all of you. Your hard work has finally paid off and now you are all official shinobi of Leaf. Now remember, the teams that each of you will be split up into will be like your family. More than likely, you will be working with these people for the rest of your life. However, the life of a ninja is never a certain one. Make sure to treasure every moment with your teammates, since you never know when they might be gone." He paused, as he made sure everyone let the message sink in. "Sorry to end on that sour note, you guys, but now let's move on to what you're all waiting for. Your team assignments." Everyone sat up as Irika began rattling off the names. An eerie quietness settled over the room, only broken by the whispers of the groups whose names had been called. That was until Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto lifted his head at the sound of his name. Hinata Hyuga. A sharp intake of breath was heard from the back of the class. And Sasuke Uchiha. In a flash, all of the girls in the room let out a loud groan as none of them were placed with their precious Sasuke-kun. They all shot glares at Hinata, who eeped and tried to bury herself in her jacket. Now Team 8, Sakura Haruno. She came out of her funk and paid him her direct attention. Kiba Inuzuka. The boy chuckled as the pink-haired girl let out a sigh. And Shino Aburame. The said boy merely adjusted his glasses. The pink-haired girl looked dejected and uncomfortable with her new teammates. "Take that forehead, girl," Ino thought triumphantly, before a wave of realization rolled over her. "Wait, but that means..." Irika cleared his throat before he continued. "Team 10 will be as follows: Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Chuji Akimichi." It was Ino's turn to look crestfallen as Sakura shot her a triumphant look, seeming much more pleased with her own teammates. "These are all of the team assignments. All I can offer you now is the best of luck. I'm sure you will all make me proud, so good luck in your career as a shinobi." "He's late," the blonde whined as the second hour passed by. He tapped his foot vigorously and every once in a while stuck his head out into the hallway, hoping for a glimpse of their sensei. Hinata and Sasuke sat at their desks and offered their silent agreements with the boys' complaints. At first Hinata had felt that she was on cloud 9. It had actually happened. She had another chance to make it up to him for the other day. Guilt still racked her mind, as she had once again been too scared and nervous to approach the boy in a time of need. She didn't know the full details how the blonde had finally been allowed to graduate, but she was now determined to make it up to him. "Naruto-kun, please be patient. I'm certain there is a reason our sensei is late," Hinata said, trying to defuse the situation. The blonde pouted and Sasuke ignored his next round of complaining. His thoughts were preoccupied by how the hell the dobe had done it. Sasuke was sure that Naruto had failed. He had seen him sitting dejectedly on the swing as he left the academy. So how he was here now, suddenly allowed to graduate. It made no sense to him. He supposed the Hokage finally needed a good sealing expert, and just let the blonde pass just to get him into the system. He was brought out of his musing as Naruto grabbed an easel and chair. He wedged the eraser between the door frame and the door, as he chuckled at his own ingenuity. "Naruto-kun, what are you doing?" Hinata asked, moving from her desk for a better view. "That's what he gets for being late," he replied triumphantly, moving the chair back to Irika's desk. At that moment, a certain spiky-haired jounin stood outside. He eyed the piece of chalk in the doorframe and shrugged before opening the door. Let them have some fun before he crushed their dreams. So the four of them found themselves sitting on the roof staring with anticipation at the silver-haired jounin who stared right back. He had asked them to name off their likes, disliked, and dreams for the future, while avoiding answering the same questions. He motioned Naruto to go first. He puffed out his chest before declaring, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are ramen, reading, creating new seals, my Jiji, Neichan, and Kitsunbaka too, I guess. My dislikes are people who put down others and tardy teachers. Eyeing Kakashi, who simply shot him one of his eye smiles. My dreams are to one day become Konoha's next seal master and the greatest Hokage of all time. Databeo." Kakashi only nodded as he turned his attention to the Hyuga heiress. "Gomen. My name is Hinata Hyuga. My likes also include reading as well as flower pressing and my family. My dislikes." Her thoughts trailed off as she thought about the divide in amongst the Hyuga. "Are rather personal to my clan. And my dreams are." She blushes as she shoots Naruto a quick glance before holding her head high. "To unify my clan and become the next clan leader." Kakashi gave her a nod, before turning to the last member of the team. Sasuke curtly replied, "I don't really have a lot of things I like, but plenty of things I dislike. I don't really have a dream, but rather a goal. I am going to restore my clan and kill a certain man." Naruto and Hinata felt uncomfortable as the atmosphere had taken a much more somber tone. Kakashi seized the opportunity to explain to them the survival exercise they'd be having. No matter how many genin teams he had failed over the years, he never got over the hilarity of their shocked expressions. The next day, Kakashi felt as if he was looking into a mirror of the past as he watched his latest team interact. Like he himself had done, Sasuke was leaning against the bridge, ignoring all attempts at communication from the other two. Hinata was quiet and calm, just as Rin had been, and acted as the mediator between the two boys, although it was painfully obvious that she favored the blonde. Naruto was talking a mile a minute, while Hinata tried her best not to faint from the boys' close proximity. It was like seeing two people in one, as Naruto painfully reminded him of both his late sensei and Uchiha teammate. He even had goggles just as Obito had. Kakashi sighed. He'd probably have to pass this team too. The backlash from the civilian council and Hyuga clan would be a pain in the ass if he were to fail the Uchiha and Hyuga heirs. He also felt that he had an obligation to his sensei to ensure that his son received proper training. However, he had his own code and he was going to stick to it. If these students weren't able to determine the true meaning of the test, he would fail all of them. Perhaps he would take Naruto under his wing, but he would probably have to fight Kitsune over him. But he was getting ahead of himself. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out his trademark orange book and leaned back against the tree he was hiding in. Wouldn't want to make them think that he could actually arrive on time. The breeze whipped through the training grounds, causing Naruto to stop and sniff at the air. He scowled as he started scanning the tree line. Hinata noticed this and asked, "What is it, Naruto-kun?" He shook his head as he said, "I could have sworn I just smelled Kakashi-sensei, but I don't see him anywhere." He was surprised when he saw veins starting to bulge around Hinata's eyes as she scanned around the field. She stopped and turned toward the direction Naruto had previously pointed to. "He's over there sitting in that tree." "What is he doing?" Sasuke piped in, curious what could possibly holding up their sensei. "He seems to just be sitting and reading," she replied. A tick mark formed on Naruto's head as he screamed, "Hey Yubaka-sensei, stop wasting our time reading your stupid books." A second late, the spiky-haired appeared in a swirl of leaves saying, "Yo, you're late." Naruto's scream echoed across the training ground. "Nope, I've been here the whole time waiting for you to find me, and I got to say I'm a little disappointed. Even Sasuke sat up at this comment. You never said anything about finding you, Naruto balked. True, but you all haven't utilized any of this free time to do anything productive. All this time and you guys have just wasted it waiting around. Did it not occur to you to stretch or warm up before I got here? Maybe make some plans for the test. Even Sasuke looked away as the thought had not occurred to any of them. Kakashi sighed as he motioned for them to follow. As he reached a set of training posts, he reached into his bag and pulled out an alarm clock. It was time for the bell test to commence. A shinobi must be able to conceal their movements and hide efficiently. This lesson was engraved into every student in the academy. That class was covered more thoroughly than any of the other practical classes, such as throwing kunai and shuriken. The class had a midterm assignment of sneaking from one side of Konoha to the other without being spotted by the planted shinobi hiding among the civilians. Many students were eventually caught due to being careless or reckless. But not Sasuke and Hinata. Kakashi could still sense their chakra, but he couldn't see them at all. The fruits of their efforts were evident. Naruto, however, had decided to ignore that class apparently. The blonde boy appeared in a blur in front of Kakashi. The boy reminded him so much of his sensei, especially in that outfit. You know, compared to the others, you're not very bright. Why bother hiding? You're a jounin. No matter how well we conceal ourselves, you'd be able to find us no sweat. Now, you might be overestimating my capabilities a little much, don't you think? The blonde vigorously shook his head. Nope, Kitsune-san can find me anywhere, even when he's not trying. Even if you say you're a jounin, I'm certain your tracking skills up to par with him. Inu, the blonde finished with a mischievous grin. If Kakashi was surprised, he didn't show it. The blonde continued, by the way, I wanted to thank you for stopping those villagers 6 years ago. It meant a lot to me. Kakashi waved him off. Think nothing of it. It was the least I could do. Now, if you are finished moping about in the past. He began reaching into his pouch, putting Naruto immediately at alert. Shinobi Battle Tactics, Part 1, Kakashi said, sounding like a textbook. Taijutsu, the physical part. Taijutsu? Then why is he reaching for his pouch? Naruto wondered as he prepared to snatch a kunai to defend himself. He was caught off foot as his sensei pulled out a familiar orange book. What are you? Naruto asked, confused. You can start whenever you feel like it, the jounin said as he flipped a page. Why are you reading that perverted book? Why? The silver-haired man asked. To find out what happens in the story, obviously. Don't worry. I'm sure your weak attacks won't be enough to actually harm me. Steam blowing out of his ears, the blonde rushed at the older man, throwing out a punch with as much strength as he could muster. He was bothered when the man caught it without even looking. The boy landed and threw a quick kick, which was just as easily blocked. The boy began a flurry of kicks and punches, all of which were effortlessly stopped by the older man. He's fast, Kakashi noted to himself, but extremely sloppy. He had heard negative things from the academy, but this was ridiculous. It was like the boy was incorporating different moves from a multitude of styles that meshed together in an unholy mess. He delivered a powerful kick to the blonde boy's gut, which sent him skidding back several feet. The boy rose to his feet and angrily formed his hands together in the tiger seal, and 10 shadow clones puffed into existence beside him. Many dipped into their pouches, drawing kunai, and charged as one. Kakashi barely moved an inch as he dismantled every clone that attempted to get near him. As he blocked one kick, he noted the original standing in the back watching the events unfold. So the loud brat actually knew how to use his head. He brought his thoughts to a close as he dismembered the last of the clones. He closed his book and the two seemed to just stare at each other. After a minute, the blonde brought his hands in another seal, summoning more clones. Kakashi was a little disappointed. He had been told that the blonde was quite imaginative. You can't just beat me with clones. At this rate, you'll never get a bell. The blonde chose to ignore the man's taunt and reached into his bag. Quickly, he threw down a smoke grenade, engulfing the area in purple smoke. Kakashi stayed put as he heard the clones beginning to surround him. He was about to reach for some shuriken to dispel them, when a pair of hands shot out of the ground and clasped onto his feet. Immediately, the clones charged as one. Using his superior strength, Kakashi wrenched himself free of the hand underground and jumped into the air, hearing the satisfying pops of the clones after he let loose his barrage of shuriken. As he soared out of the cloud of gas, he saw the original Naruto going through several hand seals. Even without his Sharingan, he recognized that jutsu and actually began to worry. What was Kitsune doing teaching that jutsu to an academy student? Naruto brought a hand to his lips as he exclaimed, "Katan! Fox Hellfire!" A stream of spiking, yellow fire streaked from mouth. It surged forward and engulfed Kakashi's body, setting him ablaze instantly. Cutting off the jutsu, Naruto found a burning log in the place of his sensei. Kyuso. Kakashi watched the boy from the tree-line as he desperately tried to find his teacher. At least Kitsune had been smart enough to make sure the blonde mastered the jutsu in parts. It may function as a simple katan jutsu in its base form, but its second or third level were no laughing matter. As the boy let out another curse, Kakashi smiled under his mask. So the prankster has a temper problem? This thought brought a smirk to his face as an idea popped into his head. He quickly set up a double-layered snare trap using a bell as the bait. The sunlight reflected off the bell caused the boy to stop. He immediately lit up and ran towards the bell only to stop a foot away. Kakashi frowned as the boy hesitated. Then he placed his foot a few inches away from its previous path and scooped up the bell. "Nice try, sensei, but you have to wake up real early to trick the #1 prankster in Konoha." Kakashi dropped from the tree and studied the blonde. Once again, the boy was proving that, as brash as he usually was, he could think outside the box and think clearly when he needed to. But he couldn't just let the blonde pass due to his own error. "Very good, Naruto. I'll certainly remember that next time." "Alright, well, I just keep this then." The blonde closed his eyes as he smiled. This instant was all the Jounin needed. "Keep what?" Kakashi asked curiously. The bell of course. The blonde was shocked to find nothing in his hand. He began frantically checking the ground. "Oh, do you mean this bell?" Kakashi asked as he held up the lost item. "What? How? When did you give that back?" "I think I'll pass. You have to take the bell from me, not pick it up off the ground." Anger etched itself across his face as he yelled, "Fine then, time to pull out all the stops." He clasped his hands together and more clones burst into existence. Kakashi sighed, but the boy formed another hand sign and something was immediately wrong. The ground beneath his feet collapsed into a crater and he was finding it incredibly difficult to move his body. A gravity seal. When did he? Of course, when the clone burst out of ground to hold me in place. He already had a plan ready in case that one failed. The group of blondes jumped on top of him and pinned him down as the original whipped out a handful of kunai and flung them at the heap of bodies. Kakashi wasn't a Jounin for nothing. Even under the influence of the gravity seal, he was still able to use his incredible strength to wrench one of the blondes off him and fling him into the path of most of the kunai coming towards him. He twisted his way out of the paths of the remaining kunai, ensuring that the clones attached to him would fall in their line of fire. Something vaguely familiar passed by his head. As he turns his attention to the original and everything seemed to stop. He watched awestruck as the blonde disappeared in a flash of yellow light that he had seen 100 times. He felt the presence behind and turned to meet a painful punch to his jaw. The blonde reared back for another blow, but bent over clutching his stomach. If he had eaten earlier, any and all contents of his stomach would have been vacated. Instead, he proceeded to throw up an unhealthy amount of blood. Still awestruck, Kakashi ripped off the seal with a mild katan pilot jutsu as he rubbed his jaw. That had actually hurt. More importantly, the blonde was more and more reminding him of the ghost of his past. That had been the Hiraishin no Jutsu, no doubt about it. He really was the budding Fuinjutsu prodigy the Hokage had boasted him to be. Naruto squatted, hugging his stomach as he tried to orient himself. "I feel awful." "You're about to feel a lot worse," a chilling voice said behind him. Naruto could barely register the words before a blinding pain erupted from his ass as Kakashi shouted, "Konoha's secret finger jutsu. 1,000 years of death." The boy was sent skyrocketing into the air, heading deep into the woods before a satisfying thud was heard from the clearing. Kakashi barely had time to think as a shuriken whipped past his face. This team was just full of surprises. It was time to see if Sasuke's performance could live up to Naruto's stellar showing. Chapter 8: The Test, Part 2. Hinata raced through the woods heading towards where Naruto had impacted. She had found him easily enough with her Byakugan, but Kakashi-sensei had really sent him flying. It took her at least 7 minutes to reach Naruto's location, and she didn't like what she saw when she arrived. Naruto had apparently crashed head first through a thick branch and was now passed out on the forest floor. On his way down, the branches had torn up his face and now it was covered in some nasty scratches. She turned him over and carefully dragged him so that he was leaning against a tree. She didn't know what caused him to vomit so intensively after that technique, but she didn't want him choking if he had a repeat episode. She reached into her pouch and took out her special ointment that she had made herself and started working on fixing his cuts. As she worked on the blonde, dabbing the cream on his scratches, Kakashi could not help but be impressed. He stalked the pair from the treetops as his clone finished up with Sasuke. He couldn't help but be surprised by her medical knowledge. He was pleased to note that all traces of her shyness seemed to evaporate as she worked. She reminded him of a doctor working in an operating room. No emotions clouding your judgment and just focusing on your goal. Time to see if those Hyuga eyes were as good at detecting genjutsu as the clan claimed. Kakashi began to cast a light genjutsu with the intention of making it seem like Naruto's state was deteriorating. But the moment the jutsu started to seep into her system, she whipped around and noticed him immediately. Even without the Byakugan active, she still saw right through his genjutsu. He cut the jutsu short and just stared back at the girl. Now that took some serious chakra control and mental discipline. He was actually starting to like this girl. He dropped to the ground in front of them as Hinata took up a defensive stance over Naruto. That's some very efficient cream. Those scratches already look like they're healing. Any chance you're willing to tell me where you got it? I made it myself from herbs found within the Hyuga estate. Kakashi noted how her stance did not waver, despite her cordial tone. Really? Very impressive. Now then, what are you going to do? There isn't much time left, and you're the only one who hasn't attempted to obtain the bells. She bit her lip as she glanced between the jounin and the boy behind her. There was no way she was going to be able to protect him as well as try to get the bells. She was no fool. She knew she had no chance by herself. She needed help. She quickly flung a kunai at Kakashi before slamming a smoke grenade into the ground. He didn't even move his feet as he batted the kunai away, keeping his eye on the smoke. After the cloud settled, he wasn't too surprised that Hinata and Naruto were gone. At least she understood the point of the exercise, Kakashi thought to himself. But that isn't enough. All three of them have to work together if they want to succeed. Hinata raced towards Sasuke's chakra with Naruto's limp form on her back. With Naruto out cold, she was going to need the Uchiha's help if any of them were going to pass. As she entered the clearing, she was startled to find Sasuke's head sticking out of the ground. He shot her a glare as a blush erupted across his cheeks. "Not word," he muttered, clearly embarrassed by his helpless situation. She gave him a nod and carefully set Naruto before helping him dig himself out. Around this time, Naruto was finally beginning to stir, and when he did, he was met with a massive headache. "Ugh, what hit me?" he said as he tried to regain his bearings. His eyes were blurry and he blinked a few times before his vision finally came back into focus on the sight of Sasuke's head. He took one look, before bursting out laughing and falling on his back. Sasuke's face burned crimson in anger and embarrassment. "Shut up, dumbass. Oh my lord, this is priceless." The blonde rolled on the ground, clutching his sides, as Sasuke finally climbed free from his trap. He gave Hinata a thankful nod as he began brushing off his clothes. Excuse me, you too," Hinata interjected. She felt her face heating up as both boys turned their attention onto her. Why had this been so much easier a minute ago? "I don't think any of us are going to be able to get a bell from Kakashi-sensei on our own." "Speak for yourself," the Uchiha cut in. "I'm going off to find that man and take that bell." "Hey!" Naruto yelled, grabbing the retreating boy's shoulder, forcing him to face him. That was rude. Apologize to Hinata-chan. Let go of me. I don't want either of your help, nor do I need it. You can't do everything yourself, you jackass. Stop being so stubborn and just hear her out. And I just said I don't want your help. Why, you little dash? Their argument was broken off as the sound of the alarm clock pierced across the training grounds. Time was up. Oh, Hinata? A familiar voice called sweetly from a tree near the training posts. Looking up, the genin saw their sensei lazily leaning against the tree trunk. Yes, sensei, she muttered nervously. She did not like where this was going. Did you try to get a bell? He asked far too casually. Hinata took a step back. And no, sensei. Well, you know what that means, right? Hinata could only hang her head in shame as she accepted her fate. Kakashi had been more than a little disappointed by the results. There was no denying that these kids were talented. Skill-wise, they earned their genin ranking with flying colors, and maybe could even put a few chunin to shame, as he went over the concept of the survival exercise. He could not help but notice the feelings of guilt that spread across the boys' faces. If they had tried together to get the bells, he was certain that they at least be able to get one of them. All right, I'm going to give you guys one last chance. He left clear instructions to not feed Hinata for her failure to even attempt to obtain a bell before disappearing with a shunshin. He now watched the pair eating quietly as the young girl's stomach growled, causing her to turn red in embarrassment. As if planned together, both boys offered their lunches at once. The three genins stared at each other in shock before Hinata shook her head. Please do not waste your opportunity on me. Too bad, Hinata-chan. I have to make it up to you for patching me up after I landed on my head. I also owe you an apology, Sasuke said as he offered her his food. You were the only one who saw the true meaning of this test. With all of us at our full strength, I'm confident we can get the bells from Kakashi. The blonde vigorously nodded his head in agreement, as tears threatened to fall down the young girl's face. Kakashi smiled behind his mask. They finally got it. Come on, sensei. Let us go, Naruto yelled as he struggled against the rope. Sorry. You and Sasuke admitted yourselves that Hinata was the only one who saw through the true meaning of the test. Meaning that you two are the ones who failed. If you want to get free, do it yourself. The blonde and black-haired boys were now tied up against the training posts as Hinata and Kakashi stood over them. All right then, we'll meet back here tomorrow for our first real day of training. As he turned to leave, he gave one last look to Hinata. I know I just gave that whole speech about abandoning comrades, but try to overlook that right now. Don't help them get free. They'll never learn if you keep picking up the slack. She blushed at the compliment, as the jounin disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Hinata turned and bowed to the two boys, with a light smile on her face. Gomen, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun. But it appears I am less than trash. With that she turned and left, barely controlling her giggling. Hinata-chan, please, don't leave us. It was another grueling 15 minutes before Sasuke finally freed himself from his bindings. Great job, Sasuke team. Now let me out, the blonde pleaded. Sasuke smirked and dropped his kunai just out of reach of Naruto's feet. A good shinobi should be able to escape from this himself. He strolled away as the blonde yelled at him with a plethora of curses. After a painstaking hour, Naruto was finally able to wriggle a kunai out of his pouch and cut himself free. Yatta! He shouted to the air. He was about to head home, when he remembered he was about to forget something. He froze at the realization and frantically started searching the field, wondering where he could have dropped it. Panic was starting to overtake him when a cool voice behind him called out, "Looking for this?" He spun around to find Kakashi dangling his special kunai from his finger. Naruto couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I don't know what I would have done if I lost that. He reached out for it but was surprised when Kakashi pulled it away. I'm happy to return this back to you, but I have a couple of questions I'd like answered first, Kakashi said in a more serious tone. After he was sure the blonde understood, he continued, First off, let's start with the easier question. I assume Kitsune was the one who taught you that Ketan Jutsu. The boy was quiet as he nodded vigorously, anxious to get his kunai back. I want to make sure that he fully explained how dangerous that jutsu can be. As Naruto tilted his head to the side, it was evident the blonde didn't know what he was talking about. I'm sure Kitsune has told you there are multiple steps to that jutsu, correct? Another nod. Good. I'm sure that he was going to fully explain it to you, but you are my student now, and I want to make sure you know how dangerous that jutsu can be. He brought up his other hand and raised one finger. That technique is Kitsune's signature jutsu and, even for Ketan Jutsu, it is rather dangerous if it gets out of hand. The jutsu has 3 stages, with each improving on the last. It appears you already have the first stage down. It releases a steady stream of fire with a yellow and orange hue. What makes this jutsu special is that the flames linger as long as the caster is conscious and can only be dispelled if he or she chooses to. He raised his second finger as he continued. The next stage is about increasing the heat and intensity of the jutsu. The jutsu changes from yellow to pure white as the heat is increased dramatically. At this stage, the flames can even be hot enough to melt steel. Just like the previous stage, the jutsu will not fade unless the caster wills it. The boy seemed excited as Kakashi lifted his third finger. Finally, the third stage, which is the most deadly of them all. This is why I am making sure you understand how dangerous that jutsu can be. The heat is turned up even more at this stage, turning the flames solid blue. What is incredibly deadly is what happens when the flames come in contact with something. While the first stage is about forming the shape and the second is about increasing the intensity, the third step is about changing the composition of the jutsu. I don't know the full details, but I do know that anything the flame touches practically liquefies on contact. The boy's eyes were wide in excitement at this. This can go for anything. Steel walls, masonry. He shot him a glare with his visible eye. People. The boy gulped as the realization hit him. He had used a jutsu that could do that on Kakashi-sensei. Thankfully, I am a jounin and that was only the first level of the technique, but imagine if you had tried to use that on someone who wasn't able to evade in time. Even if you were using the lower level of the jutsu, imagine hitting one of your teammates. You'd be panicking, making it harder for you correctly form your chakra to dispel the jutsu. He didn't have to say it, but he could tell the boy got the message. Be careful and don't use it in a spar against his teammates. Now, moving on. The more prevalent question on my mind is this. Once again, he held up the kunai. Where did you find this? Naruto gulped as he answered. I found it out in the woods around here a couple years ago. I saw the seal formula and I just couldn't help myself. I've been working on it ever since. Kakashi could not hide his shock. Are you saying that you learned the Hiraishin all by yourself? The boy ate up the man's surprise. He puffed out his chest and said, You bet your ass I did. Although, there are still those drawbacks, he thought to himself with a wince. Kakashi was silent for a moment. Well, isn't that something else? Finally, he tossed the kunai back to the boy, who felt relief flood through his body as his prized possession came back to where it belonged. His relief quickly turned to shock as he watched Kakashi reach into his own pouch and pulled out an identical kunai to the one in his hands. The boy's head swiveled back and forth between the two as if he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. Where did you get that? Naruto asked with a hint of awe, while his head began to overflow with questions. Were you the one to develop the jutsu? Kakashi laughed as he shook his head. Sorry to burst your bubble, but no. My own sensei was actually the one who developed the jutsu. He gave me this kunai as a gift the day I became jounin. I've always kept it with me as a reminder of him. Rubbing the handle one last time, he made up his mind as he offered it to the boy. Take it. It seems like it will do more good with you than with me, Kakashi said, chuckling at Naruto's starstruck expression. Naruto couldn't stop himself from shaking as he slowly took the blade from the older man's hand. Are you sure, sensei? His voice cracked. He couldn't help but run his fingers along the handle, feeling the grooves of the symbols etched into the wood. Kakashi shrugged. It seems to me that you'll get more out of it than I ever have. Naruto was silent before lunging at the jounin and wrapping around him in a tight embrace. Kakashi was surprised but chuckled as he patted the blonde's hair. Thank you, the blonde whispered, almost muffled by the Jounin's flak jacket. Don't mention it. Now, while I'm certainly impressed with how far you've gotten by yourself, I know from first-hand experience that those side effects aren't normal. The blonde slowly removed himself and seemed embarrassed as he wiped his nose before answering. I'm trying to figure that out. The problem is that the effects vary in intensity each time I do it. I tested to see if distance or chakra usage made the reaction worse, but it has never been constant. Kakashi nodded as he began to turn back towards the village. He had a meeting after all. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, the boy pleaded. I have to know. Who was your sensei? Is he someone I'd know? Kakashi chuckled as he glanced back over his shoulder. You might have heard of him. After all, he was the one that placed that seal on your stomach. Kakashi stayed long enough to enjoy the look of wide-eyed realization flash across the boy's face, before he shunshined away towards the Hokage's office. 2 hours later. This is just getting silly. I don't understand why you allow him to get away with this, Hokage-sama, an irate Kurenai said as she and Asuma stood before the sandaime. Let's just say he's paying his respects to someone in his own special way, the Hokage replied coyly. What do you? Kurenai was cut off as a knock at the door signaled that he had finally arrived. Well, look who it is, Asuma said, rolling his eyes as Kakashi sauntered in. Couldn't you have hurried up to tell us that you failed them? You know we can't leave until everyone's reports are in. Kakashi barely paid him any mind as he stood before the professor. I'm happy to report that Team 7 passed with flying colors. Silence settled over the room. Kakashi couldn't help but be amused at the sight of Asuma's cigarette just barely hanging out of his mouth. Did they now? The Hokage asked with a knowing smile, folding his hands in front of his face. What can I say? The kids have talent, Kakashi replied with a shrug, before turning his full attention to the Hokage. I need to speak to you alone. Now. Ignoring the others in the room, he followed up with, without ANBU. Kurenai couldn't help but shoot him a worried look, but obediently turned and left the room after a nod from the Hokage. She and Asuma shot the pair one final glance as they followed the ANBU agents out the door, which shut behind them with soft thud. After a moment of silence, Kakashi turned to his right and said, You too, Kitsune. The boy appeared behind the old man's shoulder, his body tense and protective. The Hokage spared him a glance and a knowing look. Reluctantly, the boy stood down and offered one last bow before following the others out of the room. The silence that settled over the room was deafening. It was another minute before Kakashi spoke up again. So, when were you going to tell me we had another yellow flash on our hands? The old man chuckled as he palmed his pipe and produced a small flame from his finger to light it. I thought it would be entertaining to see your blind reaction. He paused and took a drag of his pipe before continuing. I'm honestly surprised he got a punch in. Kakashi eyed the glass ball behind the old man's desk as he rubbed his jaw. I was surprised myself, though he only landed it because of the shock value and the gravity seal. So, he really did discover it himself. The old man nodded, leaning back in his chair. I was just as surprised as you. It was about 2 years ago. I had known for a while he had been meddling with some secret project for some time, but when he came forward and showed me what it was, I was speechless. It was like watching Minato attempt the technique all over again. He softly smiled as a wave of nostalgia settled over him. He let the feelings reminisce for a few moments longer, before his expression took on a more serious look. However, I am concerned about the toll the jutsu is taking on his body. Kakashi nodded as the Hokage took another drag of his pipe. Minato had experienced some disorientation during the early stages of development, but afterwards his body adjusted to the feeling. The only time he experienced anything similar to what Naruto has felt was the first time he ever attempted it. That was before he adjusted the Nidaime seal. If Tsunade hadn't been present. He was silent as the implication rolled over both of them. The Hokage rose from his chair with a groan and turned to look out of the glass window over the village. What do you think the issue could be? Kakashi asked as he walked around the desk and stood next to the older man. Who knows? We are talking about a situation where a child, a talented child granted, but nevertheless a child, is attempting to recreate an extremely difficult technique that has stumped seal masters for years. It could be anything from the boy simply not performing the jutsu correctly to something in the seal fighting against him. Since he's come this far, why not let him look over the jutsu's source formula? The thought had crossed my mind, but we were never able to locate a detailed copy of Minato's version of the formula. To be honest, it is likely still locked away in the Namikaze estate. The place is blocked off by powerful blood seals, and Jiraiya refuses to help do anything about them, leaving the only way in to be Dash. Naruto, Kakashi finished. Correct, and that would raise some difficult questions that the boy is not ready for. It is far too early. Besides, he has come this far on his own. Let's see if the boy is able to master it by himself. The more he experiments, the better understanding he will gain from it. The Hokage side then turned his gaze towards the west side of the village. Now I think we've discussed Naruto enough for one night. I'm curious to hear about your other two students as well. Kakashi closed his visible eye. Sasuke performed just as you'd expect from the Uchiha. Powerful fire techniques and superb taijutsu skills. I'd be willing to say that he is already Chunin rank in skill, but... The Hokage asked with a raised eyebrow. But he needs to work on social skills. I can already see traces of a severe inferiority and superiority complex in the works. At least he sees his teammates as people he can stand. I intend to keep a close eye on that and make sure it doesn't develop into something ugly. The Hokage nodded. And what about little Hinata? Kakashi rubbed his head. Honestly, I didn't get a good look at Hinata's skill level. I can only assume that she is competent in her clan's taijutsu. She was the only one who saw through the meaning of the test and was preoccupied with aiding her teammates the entire time. I'd appreciate it if you could point me in the direction of some beginner medical jutsu. She has a knack for it. Coupled with her Byakugan, I see quite the surgeon in our future. The Hokage nodded as he soaked this in. She may end up needing more of your attention than the boys will. She's got a lot of trouble already piled at her feet. Kakashi warily stared at the old man. As her teacher, you are entitled to certain information. This is a secret to be kept between Hayashi Hyuga and us. About 2 years ago, there was an incident beneath the clan's library. Said Hyuga unceremoniously flopped onto her bed, exhausted from the day's events. She had just finished talking with her father. His eyes had flashed when he heard the names of her teammates, and she could have sworn she had seen him sharply glance to a photo on his desk. Even after that display, he seemed pleased with the results of her report. Of course, she had left out the part of how she had been tied to the pole. She could only imagine the lecture and shame she would receive if he heard about that. She shifted her head into a more comfortable position and was met by the small scroll sitting on her nightstand. She glared at the parchment until she noticed that something was different. Just like its inside, the outside had always remained blank. But now, there was a kanji for one written in black ink. She nervously took the scroll into her hand. She took a deep breath before slowly opening it. The once blank pages were now partly filled. She gazed across the title that read, The Tale of the Rabbit Goddess, Part 1. Chapter 9, A Change of Pace. 1 month later, Sasuke was irritated. Granted, this wasn't an unusual thing for him, but today it was at a boiling point. He had hoped that after leaving the academy his training would finally start getting serious. Instead, he felt like he was stuck in place, doing nothing to affect his growth. For the past month, all his sensei had taught them was team-building exercises. He didn't need or want the man's sentimental lessons. This plus the fact that they were stuck doing chores every day was driving him mad. He refused to call them missions. No matter how much Kakashi explained how the D-ranks were essential for the village and a rite of passage for genin, it was still a waste of their time. What bothered him even more was the feeling that he was no longer miles ahead of his teammates. He shot the two a glance. The three of them had settled into this morning routine as they waited for their sensei to eventually show up. Hinata was off to the side warming up with her Jukin katas, while blonde loudmouth sat across from him with his nose stuck behind another one of his books. Even though he held no interest in studying Fuinjutsu, Sasuke couldn't help but feel frustration creep through his body over the boy's proficiency in the art, especially after the blonde's latest news. After years of effort, Naruto had finally arrived at the final book of the intermediate series. During their missions, he wouldn't stop talking about how excited he was for some sort of test. Apparently, if he passed it, he could finally move on to the advanced series. Although he could have been more humble about it, Sasuke had indeed earned the right to consider himself the strongest of his age group. That being said, even he wouldn't claim to be any kind of expert in the fields he specialized in. His levels in taijutsu and ninjutsu were certainly above most chunin, but still nowhere close to earning a title of mastery. It was humbling and vexing to admit that he wasn't the only prodigy on the team. The boy may have been socially inept and struggled with the simplest of subjects, but somehow he was at a level of skill that already surpassed the majority of Fuinjutsu users in Konoha. Not that there were many Fuinjutsu users in Konoha, mind you. For how important the art seemed to be, he was surprised when he had found out that they were extremely uncommon. When trying to consider why, he recalled what his mother had once told him about a failed sealing core project. It had been a project created by the Yondaime as an attempt to revitalize the dying art back to Konoha. In fact, a close friend of Sasuke's mother had apparently been some sort of teacher for this project. However, the project fell apart after the Kyuubi attack and the Yondaime's death. Without teachers, the students apparently struggled to progress any further after they approached the more complicated course load. Yet, here sat the class clown advancing further than grown adults had managed even with help from a Hokage. Sasuke tried to shove the accomplishments of the irritating blonde out of his mind as his gaze fell upon his other teammate. Even she was progressing, although not exactly in her skills as a ninja. She had finally become more comfortable around the two boys, and her stutter had all but disappeared. Of course, she still blushed up a storm whenever Naruto complimented her or got too close. Today, as he watched her go through her sets, he started to notice something was wrong. It was like her body was on autopilot as it moved from set to set. It just seemed too stiff. As he gazed at her face, he could tell that something was bothering her. Hinata's mind was indeed occupied. Her thoughts lingered on the conversation she had before she arrived at the training grounds. Earlier that morning, Hinata had made it abundantly clear she held no fondness for the bottom floor of the clan library. In fact, the only positive memory she could associate with the place was of the jutsu scroll her mother had left her. She hated the dark, cold feeling the room gave off, which seemed to mirror the main family that were its only visitors. That being said, she couldn't deny that the room was an incredible source of information. It was just that none of it was helping her right now. The previously dark room was now brightly lit as new lanterns had been placed along the walls. Hinata sat at a desk in the corner of the room consumed by a sea of scrolls. Ever since that day when the scroll finally decided to reveal its contents, she had immersed herself in research. She had realized that this was something that was never going to go away until she dealt with it. So, she decided to take the initiative. Her father had given her full access to the clan's records, and she was making the most of it. She usually never worked on her project in the mornings. Normally, she reserved time for the scroll only after her daily missions and her own private training. Today, she had decided to come down to the floor because she believed she might have stumbled upon a breakthrough the night before. However, just as the others before it, her lead turned out to be another dead end. While her lead had initially held promise, records from multiple sources just didn't line up with the story in the scroll. She rubbed her eyes and looked at her clock. She decided she could read through it one more time before she had to meet up with her teammates. She picked up the scroll and began reading the fable she almost had memorized by this point. The Tale of the Rabbit Goddess, Part 1. It is believed that power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. This is the tale of the Rabbit Goddess. How she came to be, came to love, came to fear, and came to hate. For love breeds sacrifice, which in turn breeds hatred. When we lose someone or something precious to us, hate is born. Vengeance is the product of that hate, and so death and pain follow. For millennia, pain spread across the world of man, bringing with it the ultimate byproduct of human nature: war. Wars for greed. Wars for love. Wars amongst enemies. Wars amongst friends. Wars amongst rivals. Wars amongst brothers. It was a never-ending cycle that consumed the human consciousness. Then one day, A being clad in blinding light descended from the sky. Her skin was as white as ivory. Her eyes were as pale as the moon. This celestial maiden was revered and taken into the world of man. She was taken in and served the lord of the land she arrived in. This lord and the maiden made a connection during her service. However, this was not love. Love was a foreign concept to her. She had only one desire in this world. Her wish was for a world of peace devoid of fighting. Over time, rival nations grew jealous of the lord and his mysterious mistress, and decided to lay claim to the land. However, a great spirit inhabited this land. In the center of the mountains stood the divine tree, whose branches towered above all. From this tree a single fruit was born. This fruit was said to contain great power, but the tree spirit would defend its power from any intruders. To end the fighting in her name, the maiden stormed the stronghold of the spirit and took the power of the fruit for her own. From the moment the fruit entered her mouth, their destinies were entwined. From that point forward, one could not exist without the other. Their energies merged, and with her newfound power, she laid waste to the armies of man. Thus began the reign of the Byakugan queen, who was praised for her power and became a goddess to the people of the world. To maintain this power, she cut all her ties to the lands she had previously known. This included her ties to the Lord with whom she had connected. Over time, the fruits of their connection emerged and the rabbit goddess gave birth to 2 sons. These sons were also blessed with the power of the tree, and she finally learned to love. However, the seeds of mistrust had already been planted. The story abruptly cut off at this point, and it irritated her to no end. Hinata was someone who could not stand to leave a book unfinished. She felt that she had only been given a glimpse into this story, and she wanted to know more. Who was this woman? How did she fall from grace? Hinata had never heard of such a title of a Byakugan queen. She had combed through the piles of scrolls of the clan's history looking for any hint towards the story. This morning, she had been following a lead of a Hyuga matriarch who had used a similar moniker. However, her origins were well documented and did not align with the story. Hinata didn't know what to make of this whole thing. This absurd situation of ghosts, goddesses, and divine figures made her feel uncomfortable. While she wanted to dismiss the story as a fairy tale, she had the sinking suspicion that it was more than a precautionary tale. She had tried her best to figure out a connection between the characters in the story with the Hyuga ring, but she couldn't solve a puzzle if she didn't have all of the pieces. It was just all too much for a 12-year-old genin, who also had to focus on maintaining her training and completing missions. If she was ever going to solve this puzzle, she needed help. Same time, this train of thought was shared with her father as he sat face to face with Shikaku Nara. The head of intelligence could not help but be surprised by the requested meeting. It wasn't every day that a Hyuga hierarch admitted that they needed help. While the prospect was certain to be troublesome, it had definitely proved interesting. "I'm sure your council would object to me aiding you in this," he muttered as he cast a lazy eye over the symbols and hieroglyphs. "That's why I have neglected to inform them of our meeting. I can no longer pretend to act as if the Hyuga can solve this on our own. Generations have tried and gotten nowhere. The council has deadlocked. They seek progression, yet are unable to accept change." Shikaku nodded as he scrolled through the pages of the journals, his eyes absorbing the information off of the page. "I'll certainly take a crack at it. I have a cousin who works in the cryptology department. He's extremely passionate about this sort of thing. To be honest, if it weren't for pressure from his father, he'd probably be an archaeologist. Is it all right if I bring him in on this? If you believe that he will provide substantial help towards your progress, then by all means." After a few moments of silence, Shikaku looked Hayashi in the eyes. "How is Hinata-sama responding to all of this?" Hayashi closed his eyes. "Originally, not well. An incident like that would be traumatic for any child. It took a lot of coercion to get her to return to the bottom floor. However, she has lately been going down there more and more. Do you think she has made a breakthrough?" "I don't know. Honestly." Hayashi paused as he activated his Byakugan. The sight of the veins made Shikaku tense, as the Hyuga patriarch made sure that they were alone. This is strictly to be kept between you and me. Do you understand? Shikaku frowned but nodded. I've begun to notice something rather odd. This was the head of the Hyuga clan, a clan renowned for its elegance, precision, and intellect. Odd was a very interesting choice of words. Odd how? He asked as he narrowed his eyes. There have been moments when I have noticed large segments of time missing in my memory after talking with Hinata. To be honest, I didn't even realize it until one of my maids told me that I had been sitting in my office for 2 hours after a talk with her. It happens whenever she approaches me about something specific, but I can never seem to be able to remember what we discussed. Even when I have approached her about the topic, the same thing seems to happen. Shikaku's mind was racing. This was very concerning to hear from the head of one of Konoha's most prevalent clans. He was very careful with his next choice of words. No offense, Hayashi-sama, but are you certain that your daughter isn't placing you in a genjutsu? Absolutely. She may have the chakra control for a decent genjutsu user, but she has never been taught any outside of the ones taught at the academy. In any case, I made certain to activate my Byakugan active on one occasion before speaking with her, and it was still active after I finished. Besides, she isn't the type to keep big secrets. She is far too kind for her own good. Shikaku closed his eyes as his mind began to run through possibilities. She may not be the cause, but she is definitely the link. He rolled around an idea in his head. She may not be the one directly doing it, he said slowly. Seeing the frown on Hayashi's face, he continued. From what you've told me about this monument of yours, this goes beyond the normal clan secrecy bowl. Whatever Hinata-sama has gotten herself involved in, its discovery is certain to have a permanent effect on how the clan is seen and structured. This puts her in a position of extreme leverage. Someone may be trying to utilize this. Hinata-sama claimed to see a figure during her event in the library. While there obviously wasn't a ghost, there is a serious possibility there was another person in the room with her. Hayashi's eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting that this individual is the cause for my gaps in memory? What I'm suggesting is that there is a possibility of another party involved in this. For now, keep your eyes open for any shady activity within the clan. Especially keep a close eye on the council. They would be the only ones with clearance to that level. He began packing the supplies Hayashi had given him into a storage seal and shook Hayashi's hand. Thank you for looking into this for me. I am very grateful. Don't mention it. Besides, I still owe your wife for a mission during the war. Before I go, I'd suggest having another talk with Hinata. If she really has made a breakthrough, she will need as much help as she can get. Try writing a letter to her beforehand in case you find yourself subjected to whatever is going on. With that, Shikaku left Hayashi's office. As he headed for the front gate, he was surprised to run into the very topic of his last conversation. Well, good morning, Hinata-sama, he said as he gave the girl a small bow. Oh, Nara-sama, she said as she deeply bowed to the Jounin commander. I had no idea you were here. He chuckled as he stared at the girl. I had to attend to some business with your father regarding a personal project. I take it you are heading out to meet your team. Yes, sir. Well then, the Nara estate is in the same direction as the training grounds. Would you mind if I accompanied you? No, sir. Not at all, she replied with a smile. With that, the two headed out of the gates and began walking towards the west side of the village. How is Shikamaru? Is he adjusting to his new team? The girl inquired. Shikaku sighed as he ran a hand over his hair. The boy is even lazier than I had been at his age, but I can already tell he is going to be twice as sharp as I am. Concerning his teammates, he has been close with Chuji and Ino for years. At this point, it's like throwing 3 siblings together on a team. Hinata giggled as she pictured Ino standing over the 2 boys. She could clearly see her barking orders as the 2 boys groaned and complained. Speaking of teams, I'm very curious about yours, Shikaku said as he glanced down at the girl. Really? Why is that? She asked. Your team is a special one. I don't know if you have any knowledge about the history of Team 7, but it's worth looking into. Every member who has been placed on that team has gone on to leave a permanent mark on the history of our village. This surprised Hinata. She had never thought about the previous incarnations of her team. Could you name someone I would be familiar with? So you haven't told her yet, Hayashi, Shikaku thought. Shaking his head, he continued, well, this was about 3 iterations back. But the Team 7 of old used to be led by Sandame when he taught the legendary Sannin. Hinata's white eyes were wide in shock. The Hokage had seen to place her on a team whose legacy included the likes of the Sannin. He saw that kind of potential in her. And what did that say about her sensei? She had known he was skilled, but to that extent? I hear the team is now made up of yourself, the last Uchiha, and that troublesome brat who painted our clan deer's horns bright orange, Shikaku said with a clear look of irritation. Hinata had to bite her tongue to contain a giggle. She had completely forgotten about that incident. Shikamaru had been angry with Naruto for a week after that, mostly because he had been the one forced to help clean it up. Well, Uchiha-san is very reserved and doesn't like to talk to the rest of us very often. He is incredibly talented and certainly lives up the reputation of his clan. His taijutsu is precise and he is very skilled in ninjutsu. However, he seems to carry a heavy burden upon his shoulders. I don't know what is causing him that pain, but we are hoping he will open up to us soon. Shikaku nodded, storing that for later. And what about the Uzumaki? As much as that incident bugged me, I can respect the brat for actually managing to sneak onto our property without being found. From what I hear, he's quite the Fuinjutsu expert. Hinata nodded and beamed. Yes, sir. Naruto-kun has proven to be very adept at the art ceiling. While his taijutsu certainly needs a little work, I'm certain he'll be able to fix it. His speed is incredible. I have never seen anyone our age move so fast. Shikaku looked down at her with one eye. Is he using any sort of weight training? It's old-fashioned, but I've seen the results they can accomplish, he said as a vision of green spandex burst into his mind. No, sir. I don't believe so. He might be receiving help from someone, but he hasn't told us yet. Although I don't know when he'd have the time. If he is not spending time on missions, he is always off in the woods reading and experimenting with new seals. Shikaku opened an eye and gazed down at her. Now, how would you know what he is doing in his private time? She tried to prevent the crimson hue from spreading across her face. Was she really that easy to read? And in front of a clan leader no less. She knew this was Shikamaru's father, but still. Shikaku chuckled as the two continued their walk in awkward silence. Well, awkward for the embarrassed girl anyway. As they neared the west gates, it was time for them to part ways. I hope you and your team have a productive day, Hinata-sama. Thank you, Nara-sama. And I wish you success on whatever project you and my father are working on. Hinata replied with a bow. As she turned to leave, she stopped as older man called out, Hinata-sama, a moment. She turned around to stare at the Nara hierarch. Gone was the jovial expression he had worn on their walk over. He was staring at her with a serious expression that she had only seen copied on Shikamaru's face once or twice. It is never a bad idea to look for help from others, especially when you are in over your head. Keeping secrets will only add to your stress and make things more difficult for you. If you have a problem stopping you from telling someone, take a step back and find a way around it. With that, he turned and left the white-eyed girl shocked and speechless as she stood under the arch of the gate. He knew. Present. To say she was shocked would be an understatement. There was only one way he could possibly know about her issue. It surprised her that her father was so dedicated to this problem that he would reveal such important secrets of the clan to an outsider. Could the monument be the project that Narasama had been referring to? In any case, he was right. Being unable to share any information about the scroll was starting to take a toll on her. She almost completely avoided contact with her father in case he thought she was going crazy. It was also time to start reaching out to others for help. She would renew her efforts to reach out to her father. Maybe it was time to try a simple solution. If something was preventing him from seeing the story and scroll, then maybe he would see it on a different one. She made one final strike before raising her hands over her head and brought them down in the ending position. Thank you, Narasama. She turned around to see Sasuke staring intently at her face. He turned away quickly after they made eye contact. She was about to speak when a cloud of smoke erupted on the bridge, revealing the form of Kakashi. You're late, Baka-sensei. Naruto shouted. Kakashi bopped him on the head. Mind your manners, Naruto. Good news, team. There will be no training today. We have received a special mission from the Hokage just for us. It will be a nice change of pace to get out of the village for a while. All of his genin perked up with this and stared at him with wide eyes. Waiatita? The blonde yelled as he bounced up and down. He grabbed Hinata's hands and started spinning in a circle. We got a C rank. We got a C rank. The blonde chanted as Hinata fought tooth and nail to stay conscious. I'm sorry to say it, Naruto, but it is not a C rank mission, Kakashi chuckled as he watched the pair's antics. Naruto instantly deflated and face planted on the ground. Sasuke didn't seem too pleased either. Hinata wobbled in place as she tried to regain her bearings. The mission is still a D rank, Kakashi said, which caused the two boys to groan. It's for a lumber business less than a day's travel away from the village. But we're going out of the village. Doesn't that mean it's a C rank? What if we get jumped by bandits? While most missions outside of the village are generally C rank or above, that is not the case due to how close the outpost is from the village. Regarding any bandits, no bandit in their right mind would try anything so close to the village. We have scouting teams sweeping the area constantly, so no groups of bandits could ever set up camp along the path. Sorry to disappoint you, Naruto, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Naruto pouted and grumbled as Hinata reached out and patted his shoulder. Sasuke pushed off the bridge and faced Kakashi. So why is this mission so special? Kakashi turned to him and pulled out the mission scroll. The Hokage personally asked us to take care of this job for one certain reason. Him, he said as he pointed the scroll at the blonde. Me? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Him, Sasuke echoed his surprise. Indeed, a fire broke out in the workers' quarters 2 nights ago. While many of the workers were injured in the fire, thankfully no one was killed. The owner of the lumberyard has a very important order for a wealthy client in the village, and, sadly, the client isn't a very patient person, so the order needs to be shipped out right away. He has asked us to help him with loading the lumber into the wagons and escorting it back to the village. He and the Hokage are old friends, so when he reached out, the old man gladly offered him a cheap D-rank mission with the perfect man for the job. What makes me so perfect? Naruto asked as he wrinkled up his face. Simple. Your shadow clones and gravity seals. With your help, loading the carts will be much faster as you can replace the workers who were injured and reduce the weight of the wood for everyone. Naruto stared at Kakashi before saying, Hell, I can do one better than that, Kakashi-sensei. Why don't I just seal the lumber away in a storage seal? That way it is easier to transport and it would reduce the amount of time necessary for loading and travel. Kakashi rubbed his chin as he considered the idea. That's not entirely out of the question. We would have to run it by the owner before we tried it. He turned his attention back to his other students. All right, team, since time is of the essence, we are moving out today. It is going to be about an 8-hour hike from here to the town, so we should arrive around 7 p.m. if we leave on time. Pack for an overnight mission and we'll meet at the front gates in 2 hours. Don't be late. With that, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto looked excited. He rarely got to go outside of the village, and any chance to show off his Fuinjutsu skills was all right with him. He stormed off towards his apartment, shouting his goodbyes to his teammates as he ran off. This left the 2 clan heirs alone as they took a more leisurely pace back towards the village. Are you excited for the mission, Sasuke-kun? Hinata asked, trying to make small talk. I'm not too thrilled by it, but it will at least be a nice change of pace. And that was all the boy said on the matter. They continued walking in silence for several minutes, until Sasuke surprised Hinata by asking, Are you also irritated by Kakashi's lax teaching method? She rolled the question around in her head and chose her words carefully when she replied. While I can agree with Kakashi-sensei's attitude towards the importance of teamwork, I can admit that I would also like something a little more challenging. While I am sure he is taking things at his own rate, it can be frustrating at times. Her answer seemed to satisfy him. Good. When we come back from this mission, I want you and Naruto to back me up when I confront him. What do you mean? I'm tired of not learning anything new. I want to learn some actually skills that don't revolve around teamwork. Working together is fine, but we aren't always going to be facing enemies together. When we get back, I am going to make him change up our training schedule." Hinata paused before she asked, "And what if he says no?" Sasuke frowned as the gates came into view. "Then I'll just have to find someone else who is willing to teach me. You have your family to help you and the Dobe has his stupid books. I am not going to waste my time anymore." The resentment in his voice startled the Hyuga heiress. "I don't believe it will come to that. I think Kakashi-sensei will listen to us if we present our case to him. Besides, we are a team. Whatever we do from now on, we do together." Sasuke sent her a look that she didn't quite recognize before he curtly said goodbye and headed off towards the Uchiha district. As she headed back towards the Hyuga compound, her thoughts drifted back to the scroll that plagued her free time and a headache started to form. A mission out of the village would certainly do good for everyone. Chapter 10: A Dying Breed. Hinata was always one to arrive early. She had her own policy: always leave 30 minutes before a scheduled time. Maybe she'd get there a little early, but it was always better to be early than late. So she was more than surprised when she found Kakashi waiting for her at the entrance of the village. "You're here early," she said as she walked up to the man. "You make it sound like this is an uncommon thing," Kakashi said with an eye smile. Hinata only shot him a raised eyebrow and he chuckled. Now, we are on the clock. I'm never late when we are on a mission. How punctual I am when we're off the clock is my business." "I don't think Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun would like it if they heard you say that, Kakashi-sensei," she reprimanded. "Probably not, which is why it's just going to be our little secret, Hinata-chan," he said as he ruffled her navy hair affectionately. She tried to look a little agitated by the gesture, but couldn't muster up the anger to do it. The result ended up looking like something an amused pout. They stood there and conversed for 10 minutes before Sasuke arrived. He had the same surprised look as Hinata upon seeing Kakashi. Instead of commenting on it, he walked up to the wall of the village and rested in the shade. Of course, it was 2 minutes before the scheduled time before Naruto burst onto the scene. "I'm not late, am I?" he panted as he tried to regain his breath. "Nope, just in time," Kakashi drawled. "I assume you left your bag on purpose?" The boy nodded as he reached into his kunai pouch and pulled out a little scroll. "All sealed up and ready to go, sensei," he said with a smile. Kakashi nodded and turned to address the group. "Okay, team, like I said before, this should take us about 8 hours to get there. While this mission isn't exactly going to be life-threatening, still act as if we were in a real scenario. Consider it training for the real thing." All three lined up and Naruto gave the man a mock salute. "What are your orders, sensei?" Kakashi sighed and continued, "Sasuke and Hinata, when we arrive, I want you to drop off your stuff in your accommodations and begin patrolling the area. While there is little threat from enemy Nin, there is a chance of one of the men getting a little greedy in the wake of the confusion. Just keep an eye on things, while the manager and I discuss some details for tomorrow." "What about me, sensei?" Naruto butted in. "I was getting to that. You are going to join me for your proposal to the manager. I think it would be best if there was a practical demonstration to ease the man into the idea." Naruto's eyes lit up. He loved getting to show off his Fuinjutsu prowess, even if it was something simple. It was almost too quick to see, but Kakashi noticed Sasuke shooting the boy a short glare. Oh, was the little Uchiha prodigy getting a little jealous? Now wasn't that entertaining? Kakashi smiled as an idea popped into his head. "Well, if we are going to treat this like a real mission, why start when we get there?" This drew confused looks from his genin. Oh, they were just so precious and innocent. "Let's have a little fun and treat this like an escort mission." "Huh," Naruto intelligibly said. "I don't get it. Who's the escort?" "You," Kakashi grinned. As the boy sputtered, a tiny grin broke out on Sasuke's face. "What's wrong, Dobe? It makes perfect sense. We have to protect the most fragile of the group." "What did you say, bastard?" Naruto yelled. Hinata held an arm in front of him and tried to hold him back from lunging at the black-haired boy. "Naruto, although Sasuke was a little rude when he said it, it does make sense. Hinata-chan. You too? He sulked off on the ground as dark lines appeared above his head. You think I'm fragile? Her eyes widened and she quickly shook her head. And no, Naruto-kun. You misunderstood. I meant that you are key for making this mission a success, so it makes sense that you are the valued person. Kakashi chuckled as he watched the exchange. All right, if you're done pouting Naruto, then let's move out. Sasuke, you take point, while Hinata and I will be alongside Naruto. The mission was so far a success. The trio of figures watched as their escort interacted with the manager of the lumberyard. His blonde hair gleamed as he amiably chatted with the manager about how they could reduce the amount of time necessary for transport due to their tragic accident. He only glanced in their direction once, and the dim gleam of their forehead protectors in the evening light reassured him that they were still there. As time went on, he noticed one figure detach itself from the rest of the group and head off deeper into the woods, probably to go on patrol. Things were certainly going to start heating up soon if what the manager had said was true. But this was what he prepared for. It would be unprofessional for him to lose his composure at the first sign of trouble. After all, you don't spend 2 years of your life preparing to infiltrate Konoha only to lose your cool at the first sign of trouble. The IWA Jounin wanted to sigh due to his comrade's vexing behavior. The man was a ninja for crying out loud. He was way too fidgety than the Jounin felt comfortable with, especially this close to Konoha. The Jounin could barely understand the Tsuchikige's reasoning for including him on this mission. The Chunin was rash, impatient, and thought with his heart rather than his head. He was too much of a loose cannon for this delicate operation. The Jounin preferred the Chunin's other teammate for this mission. At least he could act professional. That was why he had sent the man off to prepare for the incoming team from Konoha. Damn that cursed drunkard who had caused the fire in the barracks. Because of him, their operation, which had taken months of paperwork and preparation, was at risk. Their mole was posing as a carpenter under contract for the labor yard. It had taken months to forge the appropriate paperwork for him to get into Konoha, but now it could possibly be undone just because of an uncontrollable accident. Murphy's Law really was a bitch. Now, Konoha was sending out a team to help the manager, and that complicated things. The Jounin's team was sent to ensure that the spy slipped by the Fire Nation borders undisturbed, and provide cover for an escape route in the event something went wrong before he got inside the village. Their close proximity to the spy could alert the group from Konoha that something was wrong, causing them to investigate further. He was broken out of his thoughts as the other Chunin returned. Daiki-san, the team from Konoha is almost here. The Jounin frowned. Did they catch even a glimpse of you? Q shook his head. No, I'm certain, but you don't have to worry too much. Like we hoped, it's just a team of genin. Daiki felt a weight lift off his chest. Perfect. Now the only thing they had to worry about was the genin team's Jounin. Depending on his or her ability, they may not have to alter their plans. Perfect. I can't wait to see the trash Konoha sent. This'll be a breeze. The other Chunin confidently smirked. Daiki frowned. Takara, go check on the traps set along our escape route. What? But why? I want to see the Konoha scum up close, he argued. The Jounin fixed him a dark stare. Because I ordered you to. Now move it. The Chunin grumbled as he darted off. Q offered the Jounin an apologetic smile. I apologize for my friend's rude behavior, Daiki-san. The Jounin rubbed his forehead. He sounds too much like that upstart Yuta. How the hell did that insubordinate hothead become a Chunin? Takara is one of my best friends, but I will be one of the first to say that he wasn't quite ready to be promoted to Chunin. Yuta-sama and other members of the council put pressure on the Tsuchikage in order to speed him along. They needed him to pass the requirement in order to activate certain clan restoration laws. Even if he is mentally not ready for the rank, he makes up for it in his ability. Did the Tsuchikage tell you why he was chosen for this mission? Something about covering us if we need to escape, but I don't see what the hell could be so special about that hothead. He's one of the last of his family line. His family had a special Kekai Genkai which made their clan especially hard to kill, but almost all of them died during the last Shinobi War. He's a little overzealous when it comes to Konoha, since one team discovered a weakness in their jutsu and exploited it. After spreading the information across their ranks, the clan's numbers greatly diminished. The Tsuchikage sent me to keep him in check because I'm the only one he'll calm down enough to listen to. Daiki was not one to argue against the decisions of his Kage. If the man thought Q could handle the Chunin on this important mission, then he would let him. Still, his attitude towards Konoha reflects more of Yuta's mindset than I would like. His hate-filled speeches and propaganda are doing more bad for the village's moral than good. Q nodded. I agree. Did you hear that he wanted the Tsuchikage to pardon the traitor Deidara as well? Daiki rounded on him. That's absurd. After all of the damage he left in his wake out of the village. Q looked grim. He believed he phrased it as being able to forgive the rebellious stage of a young artist. Honestly, I think he just wants to gather up as many people he can who would side with him over the Tsuchikage. Daiki shot him a look. Do you think he would try anything? He shook his head. Not anytime soon. He does not have enough followers for that, but I won't deny that I think that may be his ultimate intention. That is part of the reason why the Tsuchikage has assigned me to watch over Takara. He wants me to try to shake those feelings of hate out of his system and ensure his loyalty. He paused and turned his attention towards the road. I apologize, Daiki-san. I believe we are going to have to cut this conversation short. The team should be arriving in a few minutes. They waited in silence for several minutes before the silhouettes of Konoha's team became visible in the dark. Q did not get a chance to look at the group up close before, so now he really began studying the group. He did not recognize the Jounin, so he turned his attention to the Genin. The first to become visible had a mob of blonde hair and a booming voice. There was something familiar about the boy, but he couldn't place it, so he turned his attention to the other two. The blonde was chatting along with a young girl with dark hair, who he was surprised to recognize as a Hyuga. Not just any Hyuga, but a main family member. He was even more surprised when the boy in front passed and he recognized the iconic fan shape on his back. An Uchiha, the last loyal Uchiha to Konoha. A different train of thought went through the Jounin's mind as he instantly recognized the Jounin from the bingo book. That was Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan. Of course, they couldn't have been blessed with a lower-level Jounin. Instead, they were faced with arguably the strongest Jounin Konoha had. Thankfully, the man's attention was held by a small book and his students were too distracted conversing amongst themselves to notice the duo watching them. They would have remained undiscovered if their other teammate had not chosen this exact moment to loudly return. Immediately, the Jounin tackled Takara and held him behind a tree. The Chunin struggled furiously as the Jounin tried to keep him quiet. All he could do was pray as he tried to silence the impatient Chunin within his grasp. After several minutes, Q appeared by their side. It is clear. They have passed. Daiki finally released Takara, who began gasping for air. What the hell was that for? Shut up, you idiot. You almost got us caught. He turned his attention back to Q. Did they notice us after I dived for Takara? The Genin did not notice, but the Jounin did glance in our direction. He seemed to stare right at where you were hiding. If he noticed, he didn't act on it. Shit, he said, as he ran a hand through his hair. Hatake would be suspicious now. He would now be keeping an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. Their spy was good and was trained to fool even Konoha's ANBU. But even so, he was not prepared for someone with Kakashi's experience, especially if they had to stay in a close proximity with him all the way back to the village. There's more, I don't know if you noticed, but they had the Hyuga and Uchiha heirs with them too. What? Takara gasped. Screw this infiltration mission. Let's just abduct them now. The heirs of the two most powerful dojutsu lines are worth way more than protecting the spy. The Jounin closed his eyes as he thought. He really wanted to consider it. The opportunity to nab two valuable heirs to Konoha was almost too good to pass up. However, the more he thought about it, the less enchanted he became with the idea. If they were to attempt to abduct the two, he was certain a confrontation with Hatake would be unavoidable. If they managed to get away, Konoha would surely start asking questions as to why they were in their borders to begin with, which would put their spy at risk. And this was assuming they managed to get away. Right now, they were in the heart of Fire Country. It would take them days of travel to reach the border. It was already going to be challenging to leave undetected as originally planned. They would be even slower with the added weight. making it easy for Hunter Neen to catch up. Plus the border patrol. As good of an opportunity as it was, there were too many factors for them to fail. As much as I hate to say it, we are going to have to pass on this opportunity. We would likely fail in our endeavor and potentially put our spy at risk. Takara was about to object, but was silenced when Daiki raised his hand. Non-negotiable. Now, let's move on to see what we can do to make sure this mission is still a success. First, we need to push back in case that Hyuga activates her Byakugan. Next, their Jounin is going to be on the lookout for anything suspicious now. We have to find a way to draw his attention away from our informant. Here is what we are going to do. We're finally here, the blonde shouted as the complex came into view. The complex was mostly barren with a few clusters of buildings off to one side. On the opposite side of the complex was the actual lumberyard. The ground was covered in dirt and pine dust from the acres of trees that were torn down. Hinata and Sasuke also let out a sigh of relief as their eyes wandered the new environment. Kakashi's attention may have seemed glued to his book, but he was instead scanning the tree line around the complex. He was sure he had seen something earlier, and it was making him uneasy. Any friendly Hunter Neen or patrolling officer would have at least clarified his identity through hand signals. The whole situation made him uncomfortable, and he had long ago learned to listen to his gut. "Change of plans, guys," he said as he turned their attention back to him. "Hinata, Sasuke, I know I told you to look around, but I've changed my mind. We are all going to go meet with the manager before we hit the hay. You guys deserve a break for not complaining through the whole trip." Hinata seemed grateful, and Sasuke seemed like he didn't care. Naruto was jumping up and down with excitement as they headed towards the administrative building. There was no need to worry them until he was sure it was something. It could just as easily been an animal that caught his attention, but he wanted to ensure it was nothing. To say that Naruto's performance for the manager had gone well would be an understatement. He had been captivated by the boys' demonstration, and Kakashi could see the glimmer in his eye as the new possibilities this presented swam through his head. He had instantly agreed to the boys' proposition and was very interested to learn more about the sealing techniques. Unfortunately for him, Kakashi decided to end their conversation as he noticed his other two charges growing drowsy. The blonde and the manager had been talking for over an hour, and he decided to cut their conversation short. They decided to set camp next to the storage facility for the lumber. After another hour, the three genin were sound asleep as Kakashi slowly exited his tent. He created a Kage Bunshin to stay with the group before heading outside of their circle of tents. He paused to make sure Naruto's proximity seals were in still place before he dashed off towards the road. At his current speed, it took him little time to return to the spot they had passed earlier. When he arrived, he bit his thumb and made 4 hand signs before slamming his hand into the ground. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, a tiny brown pug sat in front of him. "Kakashi, I thought you and your little squirts were out on an easy mission close to the village?" the dog said in a gruff voice. "We still are on our mission. However, how easy it will remain will be decided if you find anything in the next few minutes," Kakashi replied seriously. Pakken nodded his head and followed the man into the trees. He came to a stop a short distance away from the road and noticed a bush with heavily bent twigs. He knelt down and studied it as he waved Pakken over. "See if you can get a scent off of this." The dog began sniffing at the bush, before turning to the man and said, "Don't notice anything out of the ordinary." Kakashi nodded. "Go look around the area, and report back if you find anything." As the dog walked away with his nose in the dirt, Kakashi scanned his eyes around the area. He was sure he had seen something right here. Even if it had been just an animal, there should have been a scent left over. While some might have said he was being paranoid, the ANBU in him just wouldn't let it slide. "Kakashi, up here," Pakken called. Kakashi jumped up to a branch not far away and landed next to Pakken. "Find anything?" "No, but that is exactly what the problem is." He pointed his nose to where the branch connected with the tree. "Right here. I smell nothing. No smell from the bark or leaves. Nothing. I think we both know what that means." He did know what this meant. Many Hunter Neens and ANBU agents used a particular musk to hide their scent during high-profile stealth missions. It was as close to perfect as you were going to get. It completely masked the scent of whoever applied it, allowing the user to even trick the noses of the famed Inuzuka. However, it did have one flaw. It worked a little too well. The musk was so heavy that it tended to linger for hours at a time. While some might have argued this was a good thing, it created its own problem. If a person lingered long enough, the musk would spread out and encompass the area around them. This left its own kind of trail, for it left behind a vacuum of air devoid of any scent. Kakashi frowned. Something was very wrong. Whoever had been here did not want their presence known. Thanks, Pakin. I may need to call you again in the next day or two, so be ready on standby. When you return, ask the Hokage if he has any patrols going through this sector. No problem, the dog nodded before asking. And just when are you going to introduce us to your new students? Bull is very excited to meet them. In spite of the situation, Kakashi chuckled. I'll make sure to have them meet you all very soon. You guys may not like Sasuke, but I'm certain you're going to love Hinata. She'll probably spoil you rotten. Pakin waved his tail at the idea before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Kakashi stood up and gazed around the forest. It was much too quiet for his liking. Someone was in the area that did not want to be found. Kakashi lifted off as he began searching for more clues. After 4 hours of searching to no avail, he finally quit and returned to camp. His arrival had caused an uproar from the blonde, who drearily charged out of his tent after being woken up by his proximity seals. The Jounin just waved him off by saying he had to go to the bathroom, causing the blonde and his 2 teammates to angrily stare at him as they returned to their tents. As all 3 went back to sleep, Kakashi summoned more clones to keep watch. Let them get their sleep. Tomorrow they would need their energy. They were all going to be busy tomorrow. Chapter 11 Trial by Fire Part 1. It never stopped amazing him how much Naruto could accomplish when he put his mind to it. Kakashi stood next to his other 2 charges as they watched the horde of Naruto's clones work. It was like staring into a sea of blonde hair and navy sleeves as they ran around the construction yard. They weren't the only ones enjoying the show. Workers who hadn't sustained major injuries were off in the shade laughing at the whole debacle. The clones had a pretty efficient plan set out. Multiple groups carried the enormous blocks of wood out from the storage house into the courtyard and organized them into blocks of 4 planks up and 5 across. The original was sitting at a table next to the piles as he worked on the necessary storage seals. To ensure that nothing happened to the storage scrolls, he was making sure to add special seals to prevent water and fire damage, just in case. When he completed a scroll, he would hand it off to a clone who'd walk over to the piles of lumber. With a few hand signs, the pile would disappear in a cloud of smoke as a new kanji appeared on the paper. He would take the scroll and carefully place it in a small metal box off to the side. The manager hovered over the original the entire time, entranced by the boy's actions. He was vigorously jotting things down on his own notepad and would occasionally interrupt the boy to ask a few questions, which he was delighted to answer. After a while, Kakashi waved over the manager. The bespectacled man jogged over with a big grin plastered on his face. Are you sure I can't convince you to let me take him off your hands? He's a godsend. He's turning a 4 to 5 day job into something we'll have done by tonight. I was skeptical when Hiruzen said he had the perfect genin for the job, but this is spectacular. Kakashi could see the blonde blushing over the man's shoulder. He was rubbing the back of his head and couldn't stop a sincere smile from erupting on his face. He wasn't used to hearing such praise directed at him. I'm sorry, Kenta-san, but I'm afraid I'm going to decline on that. I'm sure it would alleviate some headaches in the village, but I just simply can't part with my precious student. Who is going to annoy Sasuke if he's absent? Sasuke shot the Jounin a glare as the blonde boy giggled. Even Hinata seemed to smile, though she tried to fight it. Sasuke shot her a hurt glare and she couldn't suppress her giggle that time. Anyways, I wanted to give you the heads up that I'm taking these 2 to do some patrols around the area. Since this is still a mission, I thought I'd take the time to practice some patrols. The manager nodded as Naruto yelled, "Hey, what about me? You seem to have your hands full. Or are you saying you'd rather be patrolling than showing off your Fuinjutsu?" The blonde couldn't argue with that, so instead he made a little pout before getting back to work. Have fun, Hinata-chan. I guess you too, Sasuke team. The old man chuckled as the group in front of him turned and set off into the woods around the compound. He turned back around and said, "You really don't like to get along with him, do you?" The blonde shot up from his work. "Never. He's nothing but a major prick, who everyone loves to fawn over. Oh, look at me. I'm all dark and brooding. I'm so mature and impressive." The blonde taunted before letting out his own mature raspberry. The old man nodded as he sat next to him at the table. "With good cause. As a civilian who stays out of the affairs of shinobi, even I know how impressive the Uchiha clan was. If they were really so great, why aren't they still around?" The blonde stopped and felt a little ashamed as he realized how rude that it sounded. The manager looked amazed. Even he knew what happened. "You really don't know?" he asked, shocked. The blonde shook his head. "All I know is that they were taken down by one guy. No one in the village liked to talk about it. At school, Irika-sensei didn't want us to bother Sasuke about it. Not that the blonde didn't want to talk to him about it. Even though he and Sasuke had never been on the best terms, he had felt his heart stop when he had heard Sasuke had lost his family. He had become just like him. Alone. He had wanted to reach out, but their prides never let them do it. Instead, they formed an unspoken connection that neither would admit existed, even today. The old manager shook his head. "That isn't a story for me to tell. That story is better coming from your sensei or Sasuke-san himself." He paused, as the blonde boy seemed to contemplate things. Now, let's move on from such depressing matters. I do believe you were telling me something about these insurance seals, as you call them." The blonde boy appreciated the gesture and began rattling off his ideas about seals. At the same time, his mind still lingered on the same question. How much did he really know about Sasuke? Shortly after Kakashi and the others had left, he stopped and turned to face them. "Is there something wrong, sensei?" Hinata asked. "Yes. I didn't want to alarm Kenta-san, but we have a potential problem." Sasuke's back straightened as he gave Kakashi his undivided attention. "Yesterday, as we were walking towards the complex, I thought I saw something in the woods. It wasn't until last night, when I went back to check, that I confirmed that there was someone there." "So that's what he was doing last night," Sasuke thought. "Someone tried very hard to cover their trail, which leads me to assume that we may be facing some trouble in the next day or two." "Why didn't you inform the idiot about this?" Sasuke asked, surprising Hinata, who had been thinking the same thing. "He has his hands full as it is. Besides, he needs his full concentration on focusing on those seals. There can be some nasty problems if he makes a mistake. So, Hinata, I'm going to require the aid from your Byakugan as we search through the woods." Sasuke seemed a little agitated and asked, "Then why not leave me with the dobe? What if the assailant decides to go after him? Is that concern for your other teammate? I'm so glad my lessons are starting to take root," Kakashi joked with an eye smile. Earning a glare from the brunette, he continued, "Naruto can just flash away if anything serious happens. Besides, I thought you said you wanted a little action." While this answer seemed to appease him, it wasn't exactly the whole truth. To be honest, it would be trouble enough for any jounin to have to watch one air, but Kakashi had to watch too. Adding the son of his late sensei into the mix, Kakashi was responsible for 3 of the most important figures of their age group in Konoha. By keeping them both close to him, he could have Hinata help with his search, and the two would be able to support each other if anything went wrong. It was a win-win. "You still won't answer me about that technique," Sasuke said, cutting him out of his train of thought. "And you still won't ask him yourself," Kakashi replied. "Like I've told you, it's a technique he has been working on for a long time, and I'm sure he'd be delighted to talk about it with someone. Although, I will admit he'd likely brag about it for a while before you could actually get anything useful from him." He finished with a sweat drop before his serious composure returned to his face. "If there aren't any other questions, then let's move out." Yoshio had been amazed as he watched the Konoha genin get to work. This was just ridiculous. No genin, or even jounin for that matter, should have enough chakra to pump out that many clones. Iwa's mole was leaning against the shed with the other workers as they watched the boy put them to shame. He had been watching the team since they arrived, and he too had been shocked to see the arrival of Kakashi Hatake. This was going to present a problem. He had noticed the man looking suspicious when he arrived at the complex, and Yoshio had seen him dart out of the gate during the night. He had sent a message to Daiki immediately, asking if he had been uncovered. He was instantly on guard when he received the message. While they hadn't been discovered, Hatake knew something was wrong. They were now making a plan to lure the man's attention away from the development. As he stared at the Konoha Jounin in question, he racked his brain for something that would help his protection unit. As he gazed at the boy, who was becoming unsettlingly familiar to him, he spied the metal case full of the boy's scrolls. He suppressed a grin as he watched Kakashi and his other genin head into the woods. He called to his so-called colleagues and headed off towards the outhouses. When he was sure he was out of sight, he bit his finger and slammed his hand to the ground. A cloud of smoke appeared before revealing a small gopher sitting on its hind legs. "What up, boss? Another message for Daiki?" He nodded and relayed his message. The IWA unit sat in their cave hidden a few feet underground. It was easy enough for any IWA nin to perform. 2 dotonjutsu to clear out the space and make holes for air, and bam, you had yourself a small base hidden away from the eyes of the enemy. As they sat there, Daiki's eyes shot open when he heard scratching against the walls and one of Yoshio's gopher summons poked its head through the wall. It was startled when Metal Spike landed next to its head, and it wailed, "It's me, you idiots! Hold your fire!" Q held Takara's arm to ensure that the brown-haired Chunin would shoot anything else at the poor creature. Daiki crouched before the gopher and asked, "What news does Yoshio have?" "You're going to have to push up your timetable," it said as it brushed off its tiny maroon shirt. "That kid from Konoha is really something else. Apparently they are going to be done by later tonight with the pace he is setting." "That's impossible. What is the Uchiha doing that could make the process of loading the carriages go by that quickly?" "It's not the Uchiha kid. It's some blonde kid doing some quirky things with seals." Takara's head shot up and his eyes narrowed at this comment. "He's using Kage Bunshin to speed up the process, as well as putting all the lumber into storage seals." Daiki was impressed. For a mere genin to have enough chakra to summon that many Kage Bunshin was astounding. What also surprised him was that apparently the boy was knowledgeably in Fuinjutsu. No wonder the kid was paired up with such important teammates. As he continued his conversation with the summons, Takara and Q were having their own conversation. "Don't you think about it?" Q whispered. "Think about what?" Takara glared. "Drop the bullshit, Takara. We've known each other for a long time and I know that look. Just because the kid has blonde hair and knows Fuinjutsu does not mean he's related to him. You've got to let this search thing go." "I will not," he angrily whispered back. "You know what the yellow flash did to my family. He somehow saw through our techniques and spread the information along to his allies. If it wasn't for him—" "It was war," Q interjected. "You can't stay mad at an enemy for defending his homeland. Don't forget, we were the ones that started the last war." "Are you saying all those deaths are our fault?" Takara glared as he rounded on him. "You know I'm not. Stop making excuses for a fight. Now promise me you won't just take this opportunity as an excuse to vent and jeopardize the mission to attack this kid." Takara glared but didn't say anything. A puff of smoke caught their attention as Daiki turned back to them. "All right, change of plans. Listen up. This is going to make our old plan much more believable. In case you didn't know, this lumberyard is part of a major business chain for the Land of Fire that is led by the Daimyo himself. They supply lumber and paper all across the elemental nations. So, Q, you were going to stage an incident to make it look like we were stealing records of the company. You're still going to do this, but there is a small metal box which contains all of the sealed up lumber for the order that you're going to have to find. You're going to make sure you are caught stealing it." Q nodded as the Jounin went on. "The rest of the plan remains the same. Takara, you will wait at the specified point and cover Q if things go south. He shouldn't have a problem with a genin or two, but it never hurts to be prepared. In the meantime, I will distract their Jounin and lead him away from you. At some point, make it seem like they have recovered the box and head to the extraction point. I'll meet up with you there and we will proceed to head out of Fire Country. This would draw the attention away from the possibility of a spy and give Konoha a different problem to address." It would seem as if they were hired to steal records for a rival company instead of their actual objective. Our mission is a go tonight. Sasuke had been a little disappointed when their search resulted in nothing. Even with the aid of Hinata's Byakugan, they were unable to turn up anything. After 8 o'clock, they headed back to the complex in defeat. As they neared the lumberyard, they heard loud chanting which only increased in volume the closer they got. When they saw the horde of Naruto's clones huddled around their work area, and they weren't alone. The injured workers and other employees who had been out in the woods cutting down new trees all day were shouting encouragement to the final group. The copies of Naruto seemed exhausted as they carried the final block onto the pile. The original beamed as he shook the hands of his clones. They let out a weary sigh as they meandered off and sat off on the sideline with the rest. Naruto brought out the last scroll and sealed the pile away and dropped it in the box. "Yatta! We are done!" he shouted, which was met with a roar of applause from the workers. "Great job, you guys! Couldn't do it without you." Naruto beamed at his army of clones. They all broke out in their trademark smile as Sasuke cut in. "Talking to yourself now, Dobe? I'd be a little concerned." A chorus of "Shut the hell up!" was his response as they all whipped their heads around to stare at him. He had to admit it was a little unnerving. Naruto started to form the release hand sign when a thought crept into Kakashi's head. "Wait a minute, Naruto dash. Release!" the blonde shouted. All the clones disappeared in a giant puff of smoke, earning a couple surprised shouts from the crowd. When the dust finally cleared, the blonde boy was lying sprawled out on his back unconscious. "I was afraid of that," Kakashi thought as the workers and Hinata rushed up to him. "What just happened?" Sasuke asked. "That, Sasuke, is one of the reasons why I forbade Naruto from teaching you that jutsu. You see, Kagebunshin are very useful due to all of their experiences and memories being sent back to the user. As you can see, this includes all of their physical exhaustion as well." His mind was just bombarded by the exhaustion from all of these clones. He should have released them in groups instead of all at once. Remind me to warn him to never do that again. "Is he going to be all right?" Kenta asked with genuine concern. "He'll be fine. He recovers faster than anyone I've ever seen. Although he is going to be exhausted for the next day or two. That's such a shame, and to think, I just had the chefs whip up a special meal for him. When he wasn't talking about seals, all he would talk about was ramen." "Ramen!" The boy sprang up, surprising everyone as he stared at the manager. "You really did that for him, Ocho. I don't feel so good." He collapsed on his hands and knees as Hinata rushed to his side. Kakashi shook his head. The boy really had a one-track mind. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, kneeling down next to the boy. He panted heavily as he tried to give the man a smile. "You know me, Kakashi-sensei. I can bounce back from anything. Give me a soldier pill, and I'll be just fine." "No need for that. All that will do is make it harder for you to fall asleep later. After you've eaten, I want you to hit the hay immediately. Is that understood?" "You won't get any complaints from me, sensei. Let's go, Hinata-chan," he wearily exclaimed as she helped him make his way to the mess tent. The workers chuckled as they started heading out to their own temporary accommodations. Kakashi eyed his remaining student. "Not joining them? I'll pass. I'd rather spend my time looking into our little problem." Kakashi nodded. He was just as frustrated as his students when their results turned up nothing. At least it had been an instructional day for the two of them. He had gone over several of his own tracking techniques as they searched through the forest. "All right, do some rounds around the facility and ask some of the workers if they have seen anything strange lately." "What about you?" "I'm going to be doing the same thing, but much more discreetly. Meet me back here in an hour and we'll compare notes." With that, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and headed off towards the workers' new accommodations. From the tree line, a pair of eyes stared down as these events played out. 1 down, 3 to go. It was a little disturbing to see Naruto eat that slowly. Usually, the blonde gulped down his meals without a second thought as fast as he could. Now, the boy was taking his time as he fought to stay awake. He was never someone to turn down free ramen, especially when it was a reward for all of his hard work. Hinata sat with him, offering words of encouragement as he fought against the sweet lull of slumber. The chefs were laughing the entire time, especially when the blonde nearly face planted into the bowl. After an hour of pure willpower, the blonde finally finished his meal and thanked the chefs. With some help from Hinata, the pair made their way back towards their campsite. "Thank you, Hinata," the blonde panted as they passed by the administrative building. "For helping me get through all that. I promise to make it up to you." "Why, you don't have to do anything, Naruto-kun. I am always happy to help." "Come on, Hinata-chan. You're too sweet all the time. You're going to start making me feel bad. There has to be something I can help you with. After everything you've done for me over the past few weeks, it's the least I can do." Hinata was about to refute him when something popped into her mind. She had been looking for help on a certain subject. Maybe it was time to share it with her team. Actually, she was cut when she heard a loud voice shout, "What do you think you're doing in my office?" The glass window on the floor above them shattered, raining glass on the duo below as a figure darted out and raced towards the main gate. "After him," Kenta pleaded as he poked his head out of the broken window. "That man just took off with the box full of the sealed lumber." Hinata's eyes whipped towards the man who held a bunch of paper in one hand and the black box in the other. While she didn't see the headband, there was no mistaking that red and brown uniform. IWA. She desperately looked between the exhausted boy in her arms and the retreating form of the man. She couldn't just leave him. What if there were other IWA shinobi in the area? "Go on, Hinata-chan. Go kick his ass," the blonde encouraged with a smile. "I'll watch after the boy. Go after that hooligan and show him what happens when you mess with the land of fire." She smiled and set Blonde down as gently as she could before racing after the figure. She had found their elusive intruder. She wasn't the only one. At the same time, Kakashi had been amiably speaking with one of the workers when something caught his eye behind the man's head. A tall, dark figure dashed into the woods with a limp object on his back. Kakashi felt his heart rate pick up when he saw what was on the back of the limp object's shirt, a red and white fan symbol. Pushing past the man mid-sentence, the Jounin raced after the disappearing silhouette as it disappeared deeper into the forest. He had already failed one Uchiha in his lifetime. He was not going to fail another. Hinata and her target dashed between the trees as they raced further and further away from the complex. She reached into her pouch and flung a kunai at the intruder, who ducked his head at the last second. A second later, the kunai exploded, sending the perpetrator flying back towards her. Veins bulged around her eyes as she prepared to intercept the enemy shinobi mid-air. She reached out for a strike, only for target to twist mid-air and kick off her back onto another tree branch. She grabbed a tree branch as she fell and spun back around to face her opponent. He was a young man in his early 20s with a calm disposition on his face. With her Byakugan, she noted the singed paper and black box he had been carrying on the forest floor behind. She dropped down from the tree and took up a defensive stance in front of the objects. "What are you doing in the land of fire?" The man failed to comment as he dropped to the ground, weaving hand signs. "Doton, core entrapment," he shouted as he slammed his hands to the ground. With her Byakugan, Hinata could see his chakra racing and melding into the ground almost in slow motion. She leaped into the air as the earth contorted into spikes which shot forward to impale her. Twisting mid-air, she noticed the man racing through more hand signs. "Katon, Amber Barrage!" he shouted as a multiple fireballs sprang from his fingertips. She stared helplessly as the fire raced towards her. The fire engulfed its target and it fell to the floor below in a smoldering heap. "Damn," Q thought as he landed and stared at the heap of fire. "I had expected more from the Hyuga girl." He stared at the burning object and recognized it as a block of wood just in time to dodge the chakra-infused strike coming from behind. The two danced across the trees as he desperately tried to avoid being touched by her hands. Although he was a chunin, the girl had caught him off guard. He tried to regain his bearings and start pressing back against the girl, but she wouldn't give him the chance. She was lashing out with her palms in sharp, controlled movements, and it was all he could do, simply block the strikes. He continued to backpedal until his back hit the base of a tree and the girl was quickly upon him. Having no choice, he reached out and caught her hands with his own. He felt the sharp pain creep into his hands as he held her at arm's length. The two struggled for dominance. Q did have age and size on the girl, but it was hard to push back as she kept pumping her chakra into his hands. It was all he could do to hold her at bay, due to the agonizing pain. With his longer reach, he kicked her in the stomach and shoved her away. Finally, having a moment to breath, he massaged his hands, which felt as if they were cramping up on him. The girl took a moment to catch her breath after the kick, and returned her glare to the IWA Chunin. You can no longer mold jutsu in your hands. Please consider surrendering. He chuckled. At least the girl had some modest manners. No can do, Lady Hyuga. It would be rather shameful for a Chunin just to surrender because of that. While not normally terrifying, the veins around her eyes certainly added to her intimidation factor. You cannot best a Hyuga in hand-to-hand combat, she droned just as her father had drilled into her head for years. I do not wish to cause you more harm than necessary. Well, would you look at that? A Hyuga with a heart. This actually was a good opportunity for him. It gave him a good excuse to hightail it out of here. His mission was a success. The manager and her teammate had both seen him ransacking the office, and now she could easily reclaim the goods. He opened his mouth to reply, when his eyes widened by the sight behind her. She noticed his expression and was surprised when something appeared just out of the blind spot of her Byakugan. She twisted out of the way as a sharp pain lit up across her left arm. She fell to the ground as another figure appeared before her. You aren't going anywhere, Konoha scum. Takara, what the hell are you doing? He had been given the perfect opportunity to tap out and head to the extraction point. What was Takara thinking? Screw the mission. I need answers. You, Hyuga! He yelled as he pointed a slender finger at her. Hinata ripped her sleeve off as she tried to bandage the cut that raced down her arm. She was shocked when she looked at her attacker and found a slender needle-like metal appendage pointing right at her. What in the world was he? Tell me everything you know about your blonde bastard of a teammate. What on earth did Naruto have to do with this? His other arm shifted, and she was horrified to see his hand take on a metallic sheen before morphing into a massive ball. You're going to tell me, or I'm going to make it excruciating for you. Spikes sprung from the sphere as if to accent his point. So start talking. The young girl pushed herself up and ignored the lash on her arm as she stared at the slender man standing before her. Hinata was not typically a brave person. She was honestly a very meek person, who shied away from conflict. She was also starting to feel inadequate being on the same team as Sasuke and Naruto. Each of them was a prodigy in their own right, while she felt like the third wheel on the path forward. But at this moment, neither of them was here. It was just her against a crazed metallic maniac who wanted to harm the ones she loved. Go on, Hinata-chan. Go kick his ass. The look he had given her was one of absolute confidence. He was certain she could do this, and she would not let him down. It wasn't just him. The Hokage believed in her enough to place her on the same team as legends. It was time she started earning that position. Stealing her resolve, she settled into her Juken stance and stared the crazed man right in his eyes. I dare you to try and make me. Chapter 12, Trial by Fire, Part 2. Perhaps taunting the emotionally unstable enemy ninja hadn't been her best idea. Hinata weaved from side to side as she backpedaled away from the barrage of metal talons that whipped through the air, inches from her face. She ducked to the side of the branch and pumped chakra into her feet, which jettisoned her away as the crazed Nin slammed his mace through the space she had just occupied, sending wooden splinters flying. I'm getting nowhere like this. She twisted midair and pulled out a kunai to deflect the barrage of metal spikes speeding towards her. She landed on a branch and quickly ducked behind the truck as a new barrage of needles peppered the bark. She pressed her back against the tree and tried to catch her breath. Her Byakugan could see the outline of his chakra clearly through the wood. She needed a plan. Her eyes widened and she ducked down as metallic claws sliced through the trunk of the tree right where her head had been. She twisted under the branch again and launched herself towards the ground. She needed time to think. As she fell, she put a handful of shuriken and flung them at the crazed enemy. His mace arm contorted into a rectangular shield, which the projectiles bounced off with a metallic clang. She panted and fell to one knee as she landed on the ground. All of this evading was going to tire her out, plus he was faster than her. Sooner or later, he was going to catch up with her. There was also the other problem. With the almost 360 degrees field of vision granted by the Byakugan, she could also see the other IWA nin behind her in the trees. The longer she took fighting this man, the harder it would be to take down his teammate. She was shook out of her thoughts as the crazed man screamed at her. "I asked you before, so start talking before I have to take a limb. Tell me about the blonde brat." Silence and an angry glare was his only response. "Fine," he said as his arm shifted from a large mace into an axe head. "Dismemberment it is." She ignored him. Instead, she was focusing on his chakra network as his arm changed shape. The tenketsu in his arm were working overtime. He must have to keep pumping chakra through his arms to maintain that shape. He was also in a war of attrition. Although his reserves were larger, they were depleting much faster than hers. Even so, this would still not be enough for her to outlast him. No doubt he would recognize if he needed to conserve chakra, and his teammate would certainly jump in if it got too hectic for him. There was something else that was on her mind. If his body was covered in metal, what was the shield for? Was there a limit or a weak spot in his armor? Time to run some tests. By now, the IWA Chunin was nearly upon her, deciding to jump down straight at her then running down the tree. As he drew closer, she reached into her bag and threw down 2 smoke grenades. Takara coughed and whipped around as the clouds of purple smoke consumed him. He squeezed his eyes as his vision was completely blurred. All the while, a pair of white eyes gazed at him through the smoke. She circled the man and started a barrage of shuriken as she ran. A stray shuriken bounced off of his head and chest with a clang. He growled and yelled, "Stop it, you irritating bitch!" before raised his shield to block the rain of sharp metal. There it was. If it had no effect, why did he need the shield? She noted the shape of the shield. The top of it stopped just below his neck and it reached down to the ground. Was there a weak spot lower? Then she saw it. She hadn't noticed it earlier as he chased her, but now it stuck out like a sore thumb. The tenketsu in his arms and chest were well above average size. However, the tenketsu in his legs were disproportionately small. They were about the size you would find in a toddler. As it turned out, Takara hailed from the Zaofu clan. They had been blessed with the particular ability to restructure the composition of their body into steel. With this useful Kekai Genkai, their bodies were all the weapons they ever needed. They could configure their body into any shape as long as they had the chakra reserves to maintain it. They had been one of Iwa's most respected clans, until the Yondaime Hokage discovered 2 fatal flaws in their clan's jutsu and spread these weaknesses throughout the Land of Fire. One of these flaws was that while the tenketsu in their upper body grew at an abnormal rate, the ones in their lower body left much to be desired. As a result, they had difficulty transferring the effects of their jutsu towards their legs, especially around the ankles. They were the living embodiment of an Achilles heel. Hinata's eyes gleamed as she gripped her kunai. Kakashi raced after the unknown assailant. He was not about to let the Uchiha clan's last hope get away. He finally got within range of the man and shunshined ahead of his path. He intercepted the unknown assailant midair and drove a kunai straight through his eye and out the back of his skull. The man crumpled into the knife and Kakashi's eye widened as he recognized the headband. IWA. What could they possibly be doing this deep in Fire Country? Before he could remove his knife, the man's face sagged before turning into a giant pile of mud. "Mud clone," he muttered. Kakashi was instantly alert. He reached to pick up the limp boy, but realized something wasn't right. He was too heavy. After he noticed the buzzing feeling in the back of his head, he finally recognized the genjutsu. Release. Instantly the illusion lifted, revealing a dead worker from the lumberyard. Kakashi could only stare at the body in shock, and then it hit him. He had been tricked. The IWA Jounin played him. He had set a simple trap and successfully lured him away from the others. Kakashi unceremoniously dropped the dead body and started speeding back towards the complex, doubling the amount of chakra in his legs. No doubt the others were in the thick of things. There was no way they were prepared for a jounin. He could only hope that Naruto understood the severity of his weakened state and decided to stay out of the action for once. For if they recognized him, he shuddered as he darted back towards his students. Takara was irritated. He began firing spikes randomly from his hand into the smoke. He needed to get out of this. As he started to move, he heard a noise to his right as a barrage of shuriken and kunai flew towards him. He raised his arm and blocked most of the assault. It wasn't until he heard a hiss at his feet that he started to get worried. He morphed his arms into flat boards and slammed them in front of him as the explosions started going off. He struggled against the concussive force of the exploding tags when he sensed something behind him. He was only fast enough to see the Hyuga girl appear out of the smoke with kunai in hand. She quickly stabbed one into his heel and another into his thigh, right through one of his tenketsu. He roared in pain and whipped the shield around, trying to knock the girl back, but she managed to leap out of the way. The moment she landed, she was quickly sprinting back towards him. His arm began to contort, but she brushed it out of the way with her glowing palms as she got inside of his guard. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, the man realized how much danger he was actually in. In the split second before her attack, he formed a small amount of chakra in his chest. He hoped it would be enough. 8 trigrams, 64 palm guard. While it had guard in the title, the offensive capabilities of this attack were staggering. Concentrated blades of chakra raced across his body in parabolas as he was literally cut to pieces. His metal body was sturdy, but this was finesse at its finest, carving its way through his armor and out his back. Simply put, the jutsu sliced through him like paper. As the blue net of chakra disappeared, Hinata backed away and panted. That had eaten up over a third of her chakra. This was first jutsu she had ever created, and she was very proud of it. She had thought of the idea after going through some of her mother's notes. Her mother had her developed her own technique that involved forming chakra into a sharp blade, but the chakra control needed for it was currently out of Hinata's league. Instead, she had chosen to take the basic principle and try to use it to duplicate a technique she did not have mastered yet, the kaiten. The result was a technique that could be spread out all around her for defense or focused in front of her for offense. As she gazed upon her work, she felt as though she was going to be sick. It was like a mannequin had been attacked by a samurai. What was left of the man knelt on his knees and his body was splayed apart. Thankfully, the inside of his body visible from the cuts did not show any blood or organs. Instead, it looked as if someone had made smooth, clean cut through a block of metal. With a sigh of relief, she started to turn towards the man's comrade when the bundle of metal and flesh shuddered. Her eyes were as wide as saucers as her head whipped back to the body as the open cuts began melding back together. Just how durable was he? She reached into her bag for an explosive tag to finish it when a barrage of kunai flew at her from the trees. She jumped back as Q landed between her and his teammate. She scowled as she noted the red chakra burns on his hands. He had been trying to force his tenketsu open, but apparently to little avail. He sighed as he reached into his pouch and pulled out a large red pill. He stuck it in his mouth and bit down. Hinata was shocked as his chakra system raged violently. It hadn't been a soldier pill, but it seemed to be having a similar effect. She was even more surprised as the pressure in his hands finally burst and his tenketsu were forced open. Opening his tenketsu open that forcefully was sure to leave major lacerations to his chakra network. Unless he was treated immediately, he was going to suffer from severe trauma to his hands for years. While this thought raced through his mind, he momentarily ignored it, for he had accomplished his goal. He could mold chakra again. He grit his teeth through the agonizing pain as he began forming hand signs. She quickly flung her kunai as he slammed his hands into the ground. Doton, Earth-style wall. Rock and dirt erupted from the ground, blocking the kunai, and sheltered the IWA shinobi from the ensuing explosion. After it died down, Q jumped onto the wall and looked down at the Hinata. Although his eyes were full of great pain, they also held an apologetic look. While I don't agree with his behavior towards you, I cannot sit idly by and allow you to kill my friend. She ignored him as she stared through the wall at the figure behind it. His chakra was greatly diminished, but the man was getting back up. She took a step back as a metallic claw gripped the side of the rock wall. As he looked around the wall, his face was full of rage as he stared at the tiny girl in front of him. "You are going to regret that," he said with a voice far too calm to match his face. She was so focused on him that she did not notice the other man speeding through hand signs. "Doton, stone binding." His words broke Hinata out of her trance, but she was too slow to react when the earth beneath her shot up and clamped down on her legs. "Hold her still, Q," Takara growled. His raised his arm and it shot forward towards the girl too quick for her to see. She raised her hands as if to somehow block the attack, when a windmill shuriken cleanly cut through the arm. Takara screamed in pain as two shadows landed in front of her. "I thought you were the one who stressed how important Kakashi's teamwork lessons were? You shouldn't have gone off by yourself, Hinata. Be nice, team. You're just jealous you weren't the one to get to fight by yourself. You did amazing, Hinata-chan. You tore that guy apart." She let out a sigh of relief at the sight of the two boys in front of her. Sasuke stared down the two IWA Chunin as Naruto began helping the girl out of the constraints around her legs. "Sasuke and I arrived just in time to see you slice up that bastard. That was awesome." She nodded her head as he helped her to her feet. As she studied his face, she was shocked by how tired he seemed. He had to be at the tipping point. He was facing so much fatigue that he was only standing up through sheer willpower. Sasuke shot her a glance over his shoulder. "Hinata, you did a good job. Let me take care of the metal freak, while you and the dobe take care of the other Chunin." She started to protest, but he shot her a look. "I am completely fresh and have full reserves of chakra. You, on the other hand, do not. Make sure the idiot doesn't trip over his own feet and take out that other nin." She couldn't argue with his logic and stood on her feet. "His weakness is in his legs. His shape-shifting ability has extreme difficulty covering them." He nodded as all three of them stared at their opponents. Takara's mind went blank by the sudden arrival of the two boys. He had only assumed when he had overheard Daiki's speech earlier, but a part of him didn't really believe it. But now as he stood across from the boy, there was no doubt about that hair color, that shape, his apparent skill in Fuinjutsu. It all added up. "You!" He hung his head and started to shake as everyone turned their attention to him. His face shot up as he glared at Naruto. "You bastard!" The man sprung forward, batting the other two aside, as he lunged for the boy. It took everything he had to duck below the blow, and he began racing away from the crazed nin. "I'm going to kill you." Sasuke raced after the two as they worked their way further into the woods. Q began to move after them, but he was blocked by the kunoichi. "Your battle is with me, Q-san." He frowned as he began forming hand signs. Earlier, Sasuke had been standing at Kakashi's designated point for over 20 minutes. He didn't know what could possibly be holding the man, but the whole atmosphere of the night was getting on his nerves. He left Central Area and started his way back towards the campsite. As he passed by the administration building, he was surprised to find Kenta hovering over Naruto a couple feet away from a pile of glass. He ran up to them as he assessed the scene. "What happened here?" The old man was distraught. "I caught some ruffian rifling through our business records. To make matters worse, he dashed off with the entire shipment that Naruto boy sealed up today. Little Hinata-chan raced after him about 15 minutes ago." "What?" he asked incredulously before turning his attention to the blonde. "You let her go off on her own." "I can't go anywhere, Sasuke. She was the only one around, and the guy was getting away. Besides, she can take care of herself." Sasuke didn't doubt his teammates' abilities, but one should never run off without knowing the enemy's strength and numbers. For all they knew, she could have been lured into a trap. "Why haven't you taken a soldier pill and gone after her?" "I would have already if I had any. Kakashi-sensei made sure Hinata-chan took them all away from me in case I tried to eat one to stay awake," Naruto grumbled, clearly frustrated by his own state of helplessness. Sasuke shook his head and reached into his bag, before handing a small pill to his blonde teammate. The blonde appreciated the gesture and gladly swallowed the horribly tasting pill. Energy surged through his system as he stood up. He was by no means at 100%, but at least he could move without others helping him. Lead the way. With that, the two boys left Kenta in the dust as they raced after their teammate. He could only pray that she didn't need them, but if she did, he hoped they made it in time. Present. Naruto cursed as another cut grazed his chest as he backpedaled away from the crazy shinobi. If he had been freshly rested, the boy would have easily outsped the IWA Chunin, but as it was, he was barely even staying alive. He jumped back again as the man raced towards him with renewed vigor. He took 5 steps before Sasuke Uchiha planted his feet in the man's face, slapped on a piece of paper, and kicked off before a tiny explosion sent the man flying back. Naruto rested his hands on his knees, grateful for the chance to regain his strength. Nice job, team. So what's the plan? Sasuke shot him a surprised and smug look. Are you actually letting me lead voluntarily? It may be the exhaustion talking, but I'll admit that you're a bit smarter than I am. Right now, I'm so tired I can barely think straight. So use that supposed prodigal brain of yours to think of a way to stop this homicidal bastard. Sasuke suppressed a grin as he stared at the IWA shinobi, who was starting to get back up. His mind raced with possibilities. From what Hinata said, he could only assume that shuriken and kunai would not work on this guy. Even in his current state, he was going to be more wary of his legs after what Hinata did to him. He also had to worry about the dobe. He didn't know why the IWA Nin hated him so much, but he had his eyes set on tearing him apart. It was going to be difficult finding an opportunity to get at his legs, while protecting the blonde. As the man's face shifted from a metallic sheen back to his normal skin color, a thought raced through his mind. Naruto, do you still have any of those storage seals you made from earlier? Yeah, I guess. Why? How long would it take for you to alter the design of the seal? Naruto's face lit up as he understood. Oh, I got it. Normally a minute or 2, but in my current state I'd need about 5 minutes. Keep him off me while I make the preparations. Take this. Sasuke nodded and stuck the piece of paper handed to him in his pouch as the IWA Nin started racing towards them. If the dobe needed 5 minutes, he was going to get it. Hinata twisted as she dodged another spike from the ground as she raced towards her opponent. With every jutsu he cast, his hands were becoming more and more damaged from chakra burns. He growled as another flash of pain burst through his system and he pushed through more seals. Katan, flame salvo. He lifted his head as multiple fireballs shot through the air and raced towards the girl. She twisted and dodged her way around them as she raced toward the wall. The man back flipped off the wall, forming more seals before he shouted, Doton Mobile Core! He stretched his hands out as the wall of rock shot forward at alarming speeds. Hinata stuck to her path as the rock flew forwards and slid underneath it at the last second. Keeping her stride, she leapt back up to her feet and raced towards the man as she pulled out a kunai. Even though she's not as cold as the Hyuga I've heard about, she's just as lethal, Q thought as he pulled out his own kunai and raced towards her. Sasuke stared back at his reflection across the metal sheen of the man's arms as sparks flew past his face. He held 2 kunai within his grasp as he and the metal man traded blows. If he had been in his normal mental state, the man probably could have overpowered the boy, but he was in a state of rage and was flailing wildly. He was also still injured from his previous bout with the Hyuga. His ankle was still throbbing as he worked his way past the pain. As they clashed once again, he used his superior strength to fling the Uchiha back. The boy flipped in their air before landing gracefully on his feet. Stop getting in my way, Uchiha. You can't stop me from getting the Yondaime brat. Sasuke shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about, but I can't let you murder my teammate, even if it would save me some headaches in the future. The man growled as his eyes scanned the canopy. The boy couldn't have gone too far. It had only been a matter of minutes. Although he wasn't a sensor, he could still feel the boy's chakra in the area. The boy's reserves were so potent that it was like sending a flare in the air. Even those with basic sensors training could pick him up. As his eyes combed the area, he noticed the Uchiha eye a certain tree off to the side. Whipping his head in that direction, he finally saw the brat sitting on a tree working on a scroll. Sasuke cursed as Takara lunged at the blonde. No! No Fuinjutsu out of you! Naruto was startled and jumped away from the branch as the man landed, kicking up a cloud of splinters. The boy hastily began forming the finishing touches as he dashed away from the man. Sasuke was in quick pursuit and he noticed they were heading back towards Hinata. If the two IWA Nins were able to regroup, it would be harder for them to execute their plan. Hurry up, you dumbass, he thought. Hinata and Q were furiously exchanging blows when the blonde boy and his pursuers burst into view. And, got it. I got it. It's ready. Did you plant it, Sasuke? It's done. Hurry up and do it. Naruto formed his hands in a seal and yelled, Activate! Instantly, Takara felt himself dead drop from his mid-air jump and slammed into the ground. He growled as he struggled against the invisible weight that seemed to keep him pressed against the ground. When the hell had they planted a seal on him? He froze as he remembered his exchange with the Uchiha. He must have planted it then. But when could he have done it? What the hell have you done to me? Ignoring him, the two boys landed next to the crater and began vigorously going through hand signs. Panic spread across Takara's face when they both landed on the Torah sign. They took in a deep breath of air before yelling to the sky. Katan, Fireball Jutsu. Katan, Fox Hellfire. The two boys let loose on the IWA Nin as he was enveloped in a raging inferno. The area erupted with light and the roar of the flames quickly overshadowed the screams of agony. His flesh would have been seared away by the immense heat, but he quickly covered his entire body to metal. As the flame raged on, he began melting into a silver puddle. Even as he was melted down into a liquid form, his consciousness was still aware of what was going on. Oh, he was going to slaughter them after he reformed. He was going to get his hands on every last Konoha shinobi. Yuta-sama would make sure that their stupid village was burned to the ground. His thoughts of rage quickly changed to fear as the blonde cut off his jutsu and spread open the scroll in his hands. He faced the open page towards the crater and yelled, Seal! Immediately, the liquid sprung up towards the seal, and the man screamed as he was forcibly sucked inside. After 10 seconds of blistering heat raking the boy's fingers, the liquid in the crater was gone and a kanji symbol for steel suddenly appeared on the page. Sealing a human being away may have been too complicated due to all of the elements that made up the human body, but he sure as hell could seal away a simple alloy. This distraction was all Hinata needed as she snuck her way into the man's guard. You are within range of my divination, she said calmly. The man's eyes shot open as her fingers danced across his body, forcefully closing his tenketsu. 8 trigrams 32 palms, she shouted as she delivered the final blow. The man slumped over onto his face as the girl fell to her knees. She panted and grinned at the boys standing above the steaming crater. They had done it. They had actually done it. Q was distraught. The plan was a bust. While they certainly would draw attention from their mole, they were now at risk of jeopardizing the mission. If they were captured and brought before a Yamanaka, it would all be for nothing. Fighting back tears and working through the blinding pain, he reached into his pocket and grasped a handful of explosive tags. I'm sorry, Hyuga-san, coughed as he glanced towards her. Her eyes widened as a roar of flame engulfed the two of them. Naruto had about 3.84 seconds to respond. The moment he saw Hinata's opponent reach into his bag, he was sprinting towards them. He pushed past his exhaustion as he forced his legs to go beyond their limits. He would save her. He had to save her. His muscles strained as he forced them to move, and he scooped up the girl right as the explosion went off. Sasuke could only watch in horror as the ball of flame engulfed his teammates. Not again. He couldn't be left alone again. In a heartbeat, the blonde appeared in front of him in a flash of yellow light. Sasuke stumbled back in shock, not noticing the tri-pronged kunai that lay at his feet. Hinata stared up at the blonde in awe. One moment, she was sure she was staring into her own death. The next thing she knew, she was overcome by the strangest sensation she had ever felt, and now she was staring up at the silhouetted face of her crush. It was a moment she would never forget. His face was perfectly lit up by the explosion behind him as concern was etched across his face. He tentatively held her in his arms as he clutched her to his chest. It was perfect. Until the blonde's cheeks began to bulge and he regurgitated Kenta's special meal for him all over Hinata's lap. And just like that, the moment was gone. Daiki could not believe the carnage he saw before him. That idiot Takara had gotten himself sealed and Q had been beaten by a single genin. He had led Kakashi on a wild goose chase with a disguised worker from the yard, before sending a clone off to keep him distracted. He had been surprised when he arrived to find no one at the rendezvous point. He hadn't been exactly worried for his Chunin companions, but they only had so much time before Kakashi would figure out his ruse. As he stumbled into their battleground, the sight that met him had floored him. He could barely believe his eyes. There was no mistaking that jutsu. The blonde had performed the Hiration. Suddenly everything fell into place. His hair, his skill in Fuinjutsu. He could not allow this boy to live. It would be disastrous for IWA. He raced towards the boy, who had dropped his female teammate as he tried to steady himself. The Uchiha noticed him and shouted at his teammates, while trying to cut the jounin off. There was a big difference between a Chunin and a jounin, and Daiki demonstrated this as he easily slipped past the boy's defenses, rammed a kunai into his shoulder, and knocked the wind out of him as he shoved him out of the way. He raced towards the blonde, kunai in hand, as the boy stumbled to stay upright. He was a foot away from the boy with his kunai reared back to stab, when he was jolted to a halt and cold feeling burst through his own chest. He violently shuddered as he slowly looked down to see a hand coated in dancing lightning protruding through his heart. Blood trailed from his mouth and he turned around just long enough to stare into a single red eye before the world turned dark around him.